Oh, is that working? Hang on a minute. Ah, yes. Happy New Year on this, I can't remember which day of Christmas it is, this day of the ongoing celebration of Christ's birth in us. It is a great joy to be here with you today and to, well, sing in joy. I had carols come into my mind this morning. Inner music, which goes to show that Christmas is still with us. It continues until Theophany. And so this winding down, this fake winding down of modernity, of the stores taking down the Christmas trees, no. It's not finished. It's not completed until the baptism. And of course, Easter is just another, well, it's not far away either. And of course, there's a fast with that as well. But here it is cold in England, I'm sure, and cold in Europe. But here it is nice and warm. Nice cool day, cool, well, let's say a cool day in summer though. And good, it looks to be working. Lovely. And so, today we are in Parramatta, amongst the Heritage Precinct. This is a very early part of the colony, friends. And we pretty much have it to ourselves. This is not a well-traversed part of the city. You can't really cross the river from the Parramatta Park to get here. And so it's beautiful, isn't it? This old sandstone was chipped away by convicts in the early colony who came up. Well, of course, they had access by boat. But here it is, there's chisels. That's them. And they did all sorts of manufacturing here. Same with women. Same with the females. In a separate, this bell tower here is a separate. Not that this is what we're here to talk about today, but we do at least go into some detail of the historical places that we go. But here it is. And the government spent money upgrading this area. But it's a nice place of contemplation in a colony that is usually ripping stuff down. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. And so today, as we explore it, as we explore different parts of it, and the jail, and across to the park, along the Parramatta River, and to Government House, we'll go to where the governor, this was all the governor's estates originally. It was his hunting ground. And he gave it to the park, gave it as a park. So people don't really, before there were any parks in the British Empire really, he gave it as a park. And so people don't recognize what they have here. It's very big. And this city will continue to grow, this Parramatta, it's called, will continue to grow. But look, there's no one here. And normally there isn't anyone here either, even on weekends. There's just a few people walking around that go to that cafe, but almost empty in a very busy place. So for now, it's an untold beauty and a peaceful place. Although Parramatta isn't the nicest city in the world, so you could occasionally get, if I was a woman, I wouldn't come here necessarily on my own at late times, but in the middle of the day, it's fine. especially with, it's populated enough out there with the cafe. But you can see they're doing a lot of restoration here. This is a bat colony up here. And you can see the high walls where they used to keep prisoners. But we might as well quickly walk down to the riverside, then we'll go across to this orphanage. Then we'll go to the jail, and then we'll go across to the governor's old estate. The governor, capital establishment. And you have to go into Sydney to see the grand buildings. And they're still really not that comparable to the ones in Europe. There are some in Sydney that are, but because the Neo-Gothic period was just as big here as it was in Britain. It all happened at the same time. So you see a lot of grand buildings. There was a lot of wealth here. But here you are, you see they've weeded a lot and put in a lot of native grasses, but here is the river side. A bit junky. Well, it's not that junky, but it's not that nice either. And this is Parramatta Park over here, but you can see the bat colonies. And see, we still invest in some life, in retaining memory. But it's kind of the wrong type of memory. You see this modern liberal, especially in Britain. You see modern liberal, man, he has this proclivity, almost a surface interest and desire to want to live in a church, to want to buy an old church, to want to live in a period place. These buildings are expensive to live in, right? They just want the surface aesthetics of it because they know they're deeply bankrupt. They know they're deeply bankrupt, but they don't know how to solve it. And then the thing they actually need, they attack and crucify. Yet they do desire the architecture of Neo-Gothic, the architecture of medieval, the architecture of Regency, of Georgian. These are beautiful things. They buy that Washington townhouse, don't they? They want that. Why? Beauty, there's a leading golden thread in it to something deeper, to something more primordial. But we're not talking about the seven. Here's the Parramatta River, as you can see down here. But we have to traverse the river of the unconscious quite far, deeper and deeper and deeper, if we really want to reach the essence of these things, to why that building is beautiful, to the foundations of all value itself or himself. Here's the river. Let's continue. We have to go further, don't we? Because we look at where we are. We look at the commandment. We want to understand the essence of tradition. We need to understand the commandment, honor thy father and mother. Because what carries in an essential reading of this commandment, well, it's truly deep. We begin by examining our self and this space around us and our knowledge. This is the existentialist, the surface existence that we are. The knowing. We have a memory, don't we? That memory is a knowing of being. We are this knowing of being, this memory, mortal memory, this present, this mortal future. Well, what is the future? We are this knowing space. The memory gives form to how the world that presences, it gives form to this world that presences to us, that is the present. The present means to be, the word means to be torn away. The present, torn away from. Subject, we're underthrow. Well, It is under throw. But we are, what is given is a throwing. It throws towards us. And the limit of that throwing is our birth, that's mortal memory. And so our surface everydayness that is how we look at being in modernity, is what's present to us in our observation. This is quite beautiful from this angle too. This is a surface. Looks like that museum might be open today. A surface mother and father. A memory, but what's the father? Well, it's our fake projections into the future. It's our desires of the future, what we want, our care, our value hierarchy, which gives form to what sticks out for us as to go towards, right? You don't notice what is irrelevant to you, do you? You're not going to notice the acorn deep in the soil here, even though you walk past it and it just doesn't stick out for you, even though it is there. Unless it's some golden acorn, unless it's something, unless you're a chipmunk who cares about acorns, right? Then it will stick out for you. When you're hungry, a cafe sticks out for you. When you desire a cafe. When you set a goal, things are then relevant, right? And so that's how the modern being that we are operates. And this fake future, these projections into the future of the calendar. And so we look and we say, well, we can't actually access it, it's just this projection. And so, well, you can sort of access it in terms of, it's the only accessible, as far as you realize, or far as we know, of the future. The only thing we can access mortal memory, we can access records, archaeology, so we can touch the past in that way. It's available, you can recall memory, like magic, and that is a kind of magic. This is the surface knowing. And you can access your goals. You can't exactly access your will, your wish. It's your care, your value hierarchy. You can't exactly access that, but it affects you. You can change what you do to change how it's programmed, but that's the fake future. So this technical structure is held out into the nothing, and we move towards that and govern our behavior around that. And so here is the image that was on this strain. It's pretty, no? This orphanage, I think it was originally. This is a Catholic building next to the state. Not going to go into the history of it because there's a certain narrative around it. But you can see they invested a certain amount of money back then in the way they did buildings. There are, what are they called? Ornamental flourishes. I guess you could kind of say that's Regency or Georgian. Let's get a look at the other side of it. We're going to see if we can go inside, because that's all been restored as well. Not inside the building, but behind it. There's a whole courtyard that's beautiful. And again, no one goes in here. It's just a memorial. You can't get in front of it, but it should be restored and made less of a memorial item, in my view. Yeah, that looks nice, doesn't it? And so, maybe I should give you a bit more of a look than that. And so this is, for most people, that's as far as they go through their whole life. That's their past, present, and future. They live on the surface. This is the spirit of the times. I'm made up of these three things, kind of fake future, projected, technical item, plus your desires and what you care about, all and a surface past. And it's all connected to a human logos, a civilizational word that is limited but projects and extends into space, into the past, via the intellect. And so, well, we'll find out, this is the promise. The serpent promised us this. This is his immortality that he promised us. We've slowly grinded out this civilizational logos and rely on that instead of God. And immortality is granted by that for the genetic line, not the individual. For the civilization, not the individual. And it's a separate space, right? Because God is either yes or no. It's amen or nothing. It's the yes or the not. There's a third term though. So it's not, Satan offers the third term of, that's why his illusions are propped up by, here we are, propped up by, and this is the side entrance of it here, very pretty. All restored, not maximally restored, but restored as much as the state is going to do so. And so, let's go in. And so, that's transhumanism, the serpent's immortality. Eventually granted to the individual, but for what? For the sake of what? Because your desires are all within the same closed circle of the eternal recurrence, which isn't the true eternal. We'll get to that. Fake immortality. Self-reliance. That's what civilization is. But yeah, that's what I was saying, the third term. That's why Satan's so dangerous, is because his half-truths are propped up. You can't tell, right? It's easy to see the difference between a no and an amen, a nothing, because say, if you're under an illusion that you can fly and you jump out a two-story window, you fall, don't you? It's very quickly destroyed. But if it's propped up by truth, as all Satan's things are, here we are, you can see more buildings here that were part of the orphanage. That's the third term that's created by the knowledge of good and evil that the serpent granted. And here's the back. Of course, completely unused unless you asked the New South Wales government for access for some reason. But it's all been restored. There's toilets here and all sorts of things. You can just walk in. Look at this, so quiet and beautiful. Here we are. Should be used for something. There's a feminist narrative about it, around it, I think, because it was a, girls' orphanage. Which might be the reason why it's not used for anything other than a memorial. But it's certainly pretty. And so, third term, Satan. Well, what were we talking about? We were talking about, but that's not it, is it? So we're not just looking to get to this essential future, essential past, and essential present. There's other dangers as we delve into the unconscious. And this is what Nietzsche called the eternal recurrence, what Solomon said when he said there's nothing new under the sun. The autumn. So just as I mentioned there's a memory, a mortal memory, so is there a collective memory, a memory of the earth in temporality that persists. And this is what Heidegger calls what has been. It's not just what's past, it's what has been. It's what Plato would talk about in terms of remembering, but not remembering the whole way. So this primordial tradition that the perennialists talk about is the Luciferic first beginning after the fall. It's the historical archetypes of the unconscious that recur and recur and recur again, but really it's a degeneration. While the will to power continues its pathway of grinding upward. And what is this also? Well, what did the Greeks say? If this is such a wonderful place, this perennialist eternal, the Greeks used to say, better to live here as a beggar than in the land of shades as a king. That's right, because what we're talking about is hell. So deeper down the collective unconscious, that is hell. The dead persist. And before Christ, those people waited with the ancestors. Waited with the ancestors. At the bosom of Abraham or Thor, whatever you want to call them. It's not the eternal, though. It's sort of karmic. It's this thing that remains until Christ came and went into that place of death and planted his seed. So even in the darkest place of death, because the true Logos came from outside, yes, virginal nature persists, right? It's his creation, but there's also the principle of the will to power that the fall generates. There's the cooperative principle, and then there's of virginal nature, and the principle of growth, and then there's the principle of the will to power. So yes, virginal nature, it's a warping of his creation. But in terms of pagan times, it's best to consider him as the true future, right? It's the true unknown. And so for humanity's experience, he is outside, even though it is his creation. We have to initiate, right? Or for the pagans, wait until his incarnation, unless you're the chosen people. And so we've talked about many times why that people are chosen. It's simply to purify them of this Luciferic first beginning. But anyway, we'll get to that. So that's a deeper level of past, present, and future. It's kind of the temporality, the memory of temporality, historical archetypes. These are beings, right? But they're demonic. That's where all pagan religion is accessing. And that access, didn't it? As we see, the pagans are all obsessed with genetics, genetic data, the scientific method. That is a continuation. We see the intellect began in a Luciferic spirituality and then crystallized into a satanic intellect, a dead presencing of being, right? And so there's no going back. You can try, but it is well and truly decadent, these paganistic heathenisms. And they end up leaning back on the science again. That's why they don't talk about a deep religious phenomenology. They don't talk about life because they don't have it. Or it's delusory, it's delusory, energetic, polemical will to power, because the will to power is down there too, right? And so there is a surface mother and father, then there's a kind of midway mother and father, you could call it. But deeper than that is the place before the fall. Remembrance and providence. So before the fall, we were in contact with divine wisdom. That is the primordial tradition, the true primordial tradition, the Christian primordial tradition, is what that is. And so when we want to understand what becoming, true becoming is, we can also understand that there are things unknown to you. There are things, like I said, this pagan eternal recurrence. These are the forces of spiritual necessity that are already in temporality. They're not of the future, but they push their own agendas to be manifested. Will to Power is pushing its own agenda, transhumanism. Is its agenda. AI is a culmination of this civilizational force. And so these are all determinisms of a closed circle without the eternal that we were cut off from since the fall. So even if you look into astrology, and there are astrological influences, demons have effects. There is an X factor though that they say, the saying about astrology is it's a possibility of happening, not a, and why is that? Because Christ always exists since he incarnated. The effects of astrology aren't as deterministic because of him. It's still, those forces are still operating though. They're still operating. But with Christ, if you willingly go to him, he can free you from all demons, free you from all influences, all these magics and will magic that any of these degenerate and decadent and dilettante too. Degenerate, decadent, dilettante. There's some good alliteration there. Occultisms that you see. He overcomes them. So all these people working their magics, whether consciously or unconsciously, it just takes one person bowing to the master, bowing the intellect, and he frees them from them. And the rituals of the church, that's the true sacred miraculous, or what other people call sacred magic. The sacred participatory miraculous is that, obliterated by Christ. For instance, let me just give you a simple example of that. Say you've been in your deep depth practice, your deep prayers. I have a habit where I attempted to log into social media or Twitter after my prayers. And we do that, right? Certainly don't do it before you do them, but even after, right? And just touching it, a bunch of demons latch onto you. And you go, well, what's this subtle depression I feel? It's persisting here. And at such peace and full of such love and light at the end of intimate depth practices with the Lord, and then log into Twitter and these demons all attached to you. It's not even what's said. Nothing bad was said. This happened to me this morning. And I realized, of course, do what the tradition says when it's not a temptation that's allowed, which is something that occurs every practice in the morning, that part of the practice is to think no in the mind and go back to what you're meant to be attending. That temptation rejected, and that could be impulse. Any idea that comes up, any thought, any impulse to stop, any self-limiting belief that says I can't focus or whatever, reject it, just gently reject, like a lost sheep, and lead yourself back to continuing what you're supposed to be attending for the time limit. And never stop within that time. That's why you set a timer. But the point being, some temptations like that, the practice is the temptation as well. And later on you recognize, as you reject the temptation, the angeloi come after, just like the master in the temptations in the desert. And angels visited upon him. So too is it with you if you every morning withdraw into the desert. This is a decent building here too. And so this morning, what happened to me, it's quite nice this one, is I felt that. But very quickly, just do what the tradition says when it's not a particular fallen hierarchy that has to be encountered. Sometimes that has to be encountered, right? Maybe when you're trying to go to sleep. Sometimes that's happened to me. But in the morning, it's just like a subtle depression. The tradition, as it says, right, you mark the cross 3 times in each direction, north, south, east and west, and spit over your shoulder 3 times. And I say, let your enemies be scattered, Lord. And there's a longer prayer for this. And of course I was released from it after that. Released from it. These are these technical demons that are all tied up with social media. And like that, they were gone. Just an example that there are things operating. And look, I saw nothing, there was nothing said there that could possibly have generated that effect. It's just even the fact of logging into these technical cybernetic systems, these feedback loops, they latch onto you. So be careful with social media, friends. Often I won't even, well, that's what I try, don't do it all, right? Sometimes I will be tempted to before I leave to go do my work for the day. This is nice, isn't it? How they've got the grass under the tram lines. It's quite nice. This is all part of their plan. Put the tram in. And this is part of Cumberland Hospital. But they also upgraded this cricket pitch here. It's quite cool. I mean, this was not a nice area before, but they have restored it. And so that's what, before the fall, we were in contact with this mother and father in terms of this primordial tradition, which is beyond any what perennialists talk about. They're talking about what's connected with the eternal recurrence, a Luciferic first beginning. Steiner well articulates that, although he's much more friendly about it. But that's what all that pagan spirituality comes from, including the East, which Steiner has a great quote about. He says, what these Easterners do is completely inappropriate for now. It's the master you have to go through. You're reaching before him, as a thief and a robber, declaring yourself master, so you're cut off from divine beings. You might be able to manifest the transcendent self, but that's it. Emptiness is all you get. And a contact with the transcendent self. But you're cut off from God because you're reaching before him as your own master, rather than having the master in your passive active state. The master governs what happens with you in your concentration practice. Grace enters you. Revelatory action and revelatory being. Illumination. After purification. I know it sounds like a shrieking, but they're some of our favourites. The old cockatoos, although it might be, I think they're called lorikeets. And so they play cricket here on Saturdays. You can see it if you go past on the tram. And so we say, well, where is this providence? Where is this future? Well, if you clear the fake goals, you let go of all these desires you have in temporality, if you seek and the remembrance, which is the tradition is the essence of time. It carries and bears time. Everything else that's inessential of time, low time, is the grinding dying. The one moment persisting after another. That has no morality to it. It's inessential. The thing that comes after the other is periphery. At the end of time, the only thing that's remembered, and this is what the essence of time is, tradition. The only thing that's remembered, which is of that which is of eternal value. That which is of love. Faith and hope, the synthesis of faith and hope, is love. Faith and hope are generated by remembrance. Remembrance of what? What's been brought in? When? Well, it's what's essential of the remembrance we've had since the chosen people were separated out from this eternal recurrence, this pagan spirituality, Luciferic spirituality that persisted after the fall. Because think about it. We had this connection with remembrance and providence, with essential past and essential future in eternity. Right? God is Ehyeh. God is I am, but Ehyeh carries the past and future tense in it. I am, I was, I will be. Providence, I will be. Past, or remembrance, I was. Present, I am. When you're in contact with providence, remembrance, with I will be and I was, you are in the eternal moment with Him. You are with eternity, outside. You are in the spiral. You're on the step of the spiral. You are in the Sabbath. I am, I was, I will be. Providence, or I am, or I was, I am, I will be. Remembrance, the eternal present, which is Jesus, and providence, which is also Jesus. And so to be in contact with Him, and here's an old chapel that was related, I think, to the hospital or the prison, restored a bit. I don't think anyone uses it now. There's some old treatment pool here. For the hospital, no longer in use. And there's a bit of the prison there. Do we want to walk over to it? I don't know. Suppose. There's nothing to see, it's just a sandstone wall. I did say prison here, but... And look at this, it's all abandoned buildings here. This is a pretty populated area, but no one comes in here. But you can actually get into it, it's left open. Not here, but just over there, it's left open. And there's an SES, which means State Emergency Service over here. And it leads to the river. It's all government land. But it's nice to have access to it. And so, I am, I was, I will be. That's what we were cut off from in the fall. Of course, divine wisdom, here's I will be. And so in contact with what will be the Omega, Alpha and the Omega, the eschaton. And so we begin relying on the civilizational knowing, the separate human logos. Yes, we're still involved with a virginal nature, but also with fallen nature. And then the process begins of this grinding. And so if you believe in evolution of natural selection, you believe in and worship, and I'm not saying this doesn't happen, it happens, but you worship Satan. But there's another principle operating. But the development we're going back to, while this dead spiritual necessity and separateness, right? Think about it. All the forces come from God originally. Where through the fall and through also Lucifer, through his rebellion, he's still provided with a kind of first wine as a rebellious son. He's created this separateness. And so where he's pushing us, it's all from kind of stolen water. It's stolen time, stolen duration that's allowed to him. This separateness, not wanting to sing in the choir, wanting his own discordant tune. And those who seek Vilzamak, the will to power, those who seek the Luciferian Eastern spiritualities, perennialism, all are looking to sing their own tune, even if they don't realize it, even if they think that through some sort of ecumenism that they're worshipping the same God. They're not. And that's why you need to be really careful. There are truths to be understood there, but ultimately you've got to be careful not using their practices. There's this there's this Catholic priest who some Easterner told him to say, I'll say this as a mantra in Aramaic, come Christ, as your mantra. And, you know, these are well-meaning people, but prayer is not a mantra. A mantra is a degenerated form of primordial prayer. A mantra is a bottom-up thing. Think about it. If I tell you, come friend, come friend, come friend, come friend, come friend, come friend, I'm ordering you. I'm telling you what to do. That's not prayer and worship. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. So much is in that. I'm asking for his mercy as my God. He will wash my feet because that's how the eternal works. But he doesn't do what I say. He loves me, but he wants me for my own good, and us for our own good to understand the relationship. Because if you become egoistic in your seeking of egolessness, which is what Easternism leads to, we're so dangerous to ourselves without humility. Oh, I bootstrapped myself. I made all this money. I'm a self-made man. I'm a self-made man. Not good. The Lord's allergic to that stuff. He wants to help you, but it's just not for your own good because so much has already been provided for you. Your guardian angel has always, these other beings have helped you all this time and you don't even know. And then you think it's you as this lonely intellect in a sea and kingdom for which you only see a tiny little fiefdom amongst a wider kingdom. And so what did Steiner say? He said the Easterner engages in the practice in modernity and retroactively projects into a subjective experience what he reads in his books when he compares them to it. And so it's just decadence. Decadence. Yeah, they have experience of silence and all that. But another thing is word concept fallacy or experience word fallacy is that you attribute a sort of emptiness to what the silence and the zone of silence that someone like Valentin Tomberg's talking about. You attribute some Eastern experience to the same thing. It's not the same thing. The pregnant silence ready for the revelation and grace. Yeah, no. It's not the same thing. And so that's another danger. Beatitude isn't blessedness. Prayer isn't a mantra. A mantra is a decadent, fallen form of prayer. It's not even prayer at all. It becomes something you chant to bring about something. As the Easterners say, we just have a personal God until we manifest the transcendent self. Then it's unnecessary. No. Yeah. And so they believe, and that they end up in this place where they believe the transcendent self is God. There are some philosophies that don't make that claim, but they go no further than that. And even if they have now, since the 70s, a lot of them will be trying to address the criticisms that came from Steiner, Tomberg, or there are some inspirations that come from Christ that try to bring them to the truth. Right? But all you have to do is look to their texts, pre-1920, look to what they're saying before the interaction with Europe, then you get what's going on there. Otherwise, it becomes more chaotic, and that's the danger with these things, is that you start saying, oh, prayer is the same as a mantra. It's not the same. These practices are brought about by the subject. They're not collaborative with the Lord and his angeloi. And even if they've changed their language since the 70s and beyond, it's a trying to avoid this point, right? So, yeah, some Christians have done that, saying, and then been told by an Easterner to use this mantra. Anyway, we're not going to keep going down this road because it's we don't really do critique here. But yeah, it's so subtle, isn't it? And where you can be led, you might be led into a silence, but that's it. You're not being granted revelatory being. Christ acting in you, the unutterable groaning, illumination, the angeloi, the kingdom of heaven. But mostly grace, because he's the master. He's the one that leads you. You don't become a master yourself. You don't enact some practice and come up with a suite of practices or something. Like the master teaches you, and it's whatever can get you to the Lord for him to show you and guide you is the way. Because he's the way and truth and life. He says this very clearly. You've got to be careful. He says, like, those who come, I'm the gateway. Those who come from outside, I'm paraphrasing, of course, the sheep, they don't know him. I'm the gate. I lead them to pasture. So he still persists now and will guide us and you if you do the concentration without effort practice, passive active, and deep prayer, but also frame it properly. Understand it properly. Be careful. Use icons. Not use, but say the Jesus prayer. There's a reason why this tradition came from prophets. Clean. It's clean. It's not saying, come Christ. It's asking for mercy from your God who loves you and doesn't want you to self-immolate in a foolish pride. It's very dangerous and bad for you to exist in this modern state where you think you do things. It's not good for us. He just wants to help. He loves us. But when we're in this pride that we do things, we worship the separateness. When there's been so much guidance and help this whole time, not to mention the actual tradition. And so, yeah, the ingression of providence becomes a flowering of remembrance. The prophets are separated from the pagan first beginning of Luciferic spirituality as a clean ingression, a clean people. They still sin, you know, there's still errors and such. But then that's our ultimate duty, to be in contact with remembrance and providence. And what is that? It's to be in contact with high time, high cause, high space. What is that fundamentally? Well, this memory is what is of essence that's in the memory of being. The Gospels, right? We have access to them in temporality, in our civilizational knowing. There is essence that's in the remembrance. The tradition bears time. What is essential bears temporality. And if you think about it ultimately, say Petras, Peter, the foundation stone, to be in holy tradition, to honour the mother and father is to honour Peter, the church, the mother, you can think about it, and the cornerstone, the keystone, providence at the same time. Foundation stone, memory. What is essential though? It's not all memory, because there's the periphery, right? The things that will die, that aren't going to be resurrected for eternity. These events that aren't done in love, sin, the Lord obliterates them from the book of life. And so, remembrance, Petras, foundation stone, keystone. Keystone is the eschaton, is Christ, is providence. The keystone exists on the arch, right? You build the arch in preparation for the perfection of the top of the arch, which is the keystone that holds the whole arch up. The foundation stone, memory, Peter, divine past, essential past, building towards the keystone. To honour tradition is to do both. If you just do the remembrance and you don't flower the tradition with providence, that's a problem too. It's not just Peter. Honour the sea of Peter, honour the tradition, unfold it through providence and Christ. So that's essential time. Essential time bears inessential time. It's the golden thread because it comes from eternity. And that golden thread also contains the most tiny event in a life done for authentic, free love for another that is not related to you or whatever. These moments of love, of a complete nobody's life, the Lord will write in the book of life and it will be remembered for eternity. Whereas all these actions of the proud in Washington, wherever it might be, obliterated from the book of life at the end of time because there's no love there. Wildermacht. You know, so like say Trump, some of his memories will be maybe remembered, some of these acts of love, but if you look at the guy, like none of that will be remembered. Or perhaps if, he comes back again, if you believe in that sort of thing, and gets another go to try perfect himself. But what is this? We're trying to lead our lives governed by the essential tradition, governed by, through remembrance, and discovering providence at the very essence of the unconscious through our concentration without effort practice. Through that, we become more essential. More of our actions become events of love and ingressions of the Lord into us. And what is that really to do? Well, when we look at the commandment, honour thy father and mother, and you will live long in the land the Lord gives you. Well, you become essential. So the tradition that you help birth through providence, through the Lord acting miraculously, participatory miraculous, or sacred magic as some call it, but the participatory miraculous acting in you, the more you honour the mother and father, the more you honour providence and remembrance, the more you honour Peter, foundation stone and keystone, will your life be long in the land the Lord gives you? Will your essential acts and tradition live long towards even eternity in the domain of your mission that the Lord God gives you to enact, that name that's talked about in Revelation? That's the land. It's not a vineyard or some place. It's a territory of time, a territory of mission. And what is that? We're all called to be saints, but what is this ultimately? If we become more and more essential, we become tradition, we become a saint. And the actions and tradition we birth in through the eternity become us after, becomes holy space, holy time, and persists and lives long in the land the Lord gives you, in the mission and the place the Lord gives you. And that's what the tradition is. The saints continue after helping people and live after they die. That's not just just the actions that live. Because they've become initiated, they live. They literally, everyone is resurrected, but at the end of time, but the saints act actively in everyone's life, and the dead persist, but saints truly persist and intervene in people's lives, and that's what we're all called to do. And so more and more we need to make our actions this providence, remembrance. Through remembrance we gain faith. Through obedience we gain faith. Purification, we're granted faith. Then illumination, which is hope. Then the synthesis of those is love. And what's that? Faith is the growing access to the eternal breath. My friends, this is possible through the practices we talk about. I've experienced it. I experience it a lot. Eternal breath, eternal breathing, literally, but also spiritually felt. Grace-filled movement, breathing. And spiritually, divine breath is faith. It becomes divine breath. Faith is granted. Pray for faith. And hope, what's that? It's illumination, but it's also divine light. And what's love, friends? Divine fire. Divine fire. And so we'll go to the governor's estate, my friends. No one will stop us. To the governor. Crush him. That happened here in some 17-something, 18-something. There was a rebellion of Irish political prisoners who came down to Parramatta, raided and took the arms. And there were way more people there. They could have taken the whole colony. But then an armed, then a well-trained group of, you could even call some of them scallywags, because they traded illegally in rum and all sorts of things. But they were veterans, man. These were people that were on campaign with Macquarie, slaying the Indians abroad. A lot of these people were across all different battles in the Empire, were sent to Australia. If you'd done well in one of the colonies, you know, William Bligh with the Bounty, if you're a captain of a ship, usually the best seem to have been the ground commanders, because Bounty, as we know from the movie Bounty with Anthony Hopkins, as an admiral, he was ousted from his ship, and then the same thing happened in the colony itself. But anyway, this rebellion, some of this hospital is a bit of a mental hospital, so I don't want to go into areas that are residential. Let's go around here. Up we go. And Macquarie. What were we saying? Ah, yes, the rebellion. There were like hundreds of them. But it took only, there was like 20 soldiers or something. All it took is the dude that led them went down to parley with the British commanders, and these guys are veterans. And they said, what do you want? And they said, a ship home back to Ireland. And the dude just pulled out his pistol and blew him away. Oh yeah, bang, as he tried to flee. And it worked. Cut off the head of the snake in that case, and then they all fled after a few shots were fired from people who knew how to fire. And so there's your story of the day. Here we are. We might as well show you where we are, friends. Here we are. Okay. This is the Parramatta River. It comes up here north. We're going here to Old Government House. Where we've begun was just here by the river. That was where those old buildings were that we are. We walked down here, right? Went behind, there's the cricket pitch there. Then we came back and we came across this bridge, and we're about, I don't know, where are we? We're here, as it says. And so there's a garden, there's a nice garden here. We'll go through there. And so what were we talking about? Providence and remembrance. Essential, tradition. These things are esoteric, man. Think about it. When the things the Lord said are incredibly, won't ever be extinguished, really. Maybe not, maybe at the end of time. But they're so deep. Just the idea of Petras, the foundation stone, and the fact that Christ is the cornerstone, or which is also known as the keystone that holds up the archway. That really helps you understand exactly what we're talking about. Remembrance, Petras, Sea of Peter. Now, you can't just have providence on its own. I mean, you can, but you've got to keep in mind the Petras, right? The tradition is supposed to flower and unfold. You don't ignore the Gospels and just seek cosmic Christ on his own. That would be shooting yourself in the head to ignore the tradition. So too, to ignore the canon of the saints. This is all a holy tradition that is there to help you, also protect you. But we can't just do remembrance either. We have to seek the keystone himself as a fact of experience. He's available. He is waiting there at the essence of your psyche, at the ground of your unconscious. So too is your transcendent self, though. You can't stop there, though. There is a transcendent self of transcendent selves. There is a kairos. You have a kairos, right? Your Lord, which is the full transcendent self is manifested when the non-likeness that is you is ennobled into the likeness. What does that mean? Well, it means that for the parts that aren't you, because you're the non-likeness in your sin, for the parts that aren't you, the angels make up for. As you progress, the first-year angel he leaves his mission. It's done. He's got you up a step further. He's assigned to something else. And what happens to you? You gain the faculties that angel made up for in you. Most people end up, and a lot of people in Protestantism, they actually don't worship Christ because they deny the hierarchies. They worship their angel, and that's as far as they get. And they're basically almost subjective rather than finding objective conscience. Not all of them, just some of them. You've got to be careful. That's why you have to acknowledge the hierarchies. It's true. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like the gardens have stopped flowering anyway, but there might be something in there. We have to cross over here, though. This is Parramatta Park. It's just parkland. And so, as you become, and so what? You originally had a mission that's based on your individuality. And thank God you find Christ, and your angel has been striving to help you. He wants nothing more than to unite you with Christ and have you ascend. And then you're granted a name or a mission, often unknown to you. As you progress on this path, you won't really know, but you will, because you gain the spiritual faculties, you gain the spiritual experience, and then so your angel has achieved that, and then essentially your guardian becomes an archangel, which means that you have a mission of significance for a group of people. Could be a small group, whatever it might be. But what is achieved might be something really small. It doesn't have to be some massive thing. Say the Way of the Pilgrim. He wrote that. That was for going up the hierarchies. His guardian, with all the spiritual faculties that were open to him, like I said, you become more the likeness. And so the full likeness of God is the transcendent self, manifested in temporality with you. You become it. And then, then the archangel, you've got a mission for a group, and then if you keep developing towards Christ, then a mission for humanity, and then a mission for divine humanity, which means a mission for Christ himself. And what does that mean? It can be nothing grand, right? Think about, because you've got to be careful of The devil's always trying to tempt.
I'm special. You're special.
Right? I'm nothing. We're nothing. We're all sons, right? Every saint knew they were a sinner. And so, as the Way of the Pilgrims showed, that's clearly a mission for divine humanity. But what is it? It's a book. That's it. But brought to the deepest intimacy with Christ. He was. And the highest experience, look what he talks about. All the stuff he talks about. That is the full experience, man. Like, he's a saint. That pilgrim, that anonymous pilgrim, was a saint. But the mission was only to write a book. That's it. But it was for everyone. Look who it's helped, man. Christ's mission. So it doesn't mean mission can make people think, I will lead a grand, something like that. No, not necessarily. And so what were we saying? That's really the road. That's what the saints go through. And so you already, when you start to have the spiritual experience through concentration without effort in prayer, moving on from purification, and the purification illumination union continues onward in different levels. Like I've said before, you begin in purification, then you start filling up the next cup, and then the next cup, only a little bit, right? And then you fill them up a little bit. And then they all are filled continuously. So it never stops. You still always need purification. Jesus Christ of Nazareth is an incredible surgeon. Remember the Eastern spiritualities. Each diagnosed correctly, the world is sick. There is a virginal nature, but the world is sick. Their solution was to check out. That was the only option in pagan times. It was to check out. There are other options too from different types of paganism. One of them being, it's just secular. It's a cycle, it comes back. This is the best of worlds. Could that be considered Epicurean? It's certainly Greek. The cycle comes around again. But then there's, of course, the Buddhist, which ties in with the Pajit, Eastern. Probably shouldn't use that. It's a bit of a nickname that's, anyway, who cares? So, and what were you going to say? Their treatment for the world being sick was to flee from it. This is called the serpent fleeing upwards. That's not a good symbol, by the way. Someone thought, be innocent as doves and wise as serpents is a winged serpent. No. That's the winged serpent is the fleeing upward under your own steam. It's the seeking the waters of peace and to just dwell there in nirvana, in silence. But there's a mission here. The Lord sanctified us. Temporality isn't an illusion. That's what monism says, right? That it's an illusion. And so what they do, the Easterners, they consider, what they do is they treat the ego and our experience is as worthless as, or as irrelevant to us as the others. You sort of check out of it. It's all an illusion. Just like for these other people aren't me, this isn't me either. And so it's a withdrawal, and that gives them an experience of the nothing, the not, hoping for a revelation. Christianity is the opposite of that. It's a valuing of the other. Well, it's many things. It's prayer, effort, and grace. But it's the valuing of the other, loving of the other as much as you. It's a checking in, a fundamental angelic way of being. That's what the angels do. To love, to withdraw, almost like science, to see everything as an illusion, is similar to that, really. It's to like the impartial referee, to withdraw from everything, not to love everything and check in completely evenly. That's the true objectivity, is angelic objectivity. And that's what you seek as you become more essential in your concentration, as Christ begins to live more in you and his birth more in you. That's the thing. People think, oh, that's so hard to do. And a lot of people try to do it socially first. You can do that. You can sort of build a monastic community and do it that way. But monastics, well, they do it through concentration without effort too, and prayer. And it's the burden is completely lightened by Christ being born in you. We want this through faith and hope and his birth in us. We don't have this top-down duty. The Kantian world picture is dissolved. Because if you don't do this, you really struggle with a top-down duty. It's not a loving... What Goethe and Schiller recovered, actually, was this picture. To truly be Christian and to truly love is to, through your becoming more essential, to be naturally impelled to do it through his birth in you. It's the transformation, metamorphosis. What Goethe understood as the metamorphosis of the tree applies equally, which is sort of shown in his Faust story, is applied equally to the human being. And that's what depth Christianity is. It's the metamorphosis of the human being through Christ being born in us. It's through what essential Christianity is. Yeah, look, in spring, this is all flowering. I guess they don't have any summertime flowers. I guess there's not much to see here. We can walk down to Government House, get a drink. Yeah, it looks like that's it. But I'll check the chats, see what you guys have said. Glenn Wellen, friend of Welsh ancestry, says, my family was granted 23 acres a mile from where you are standing in 1860 to grow citrus. We succeeded, most failed. The stone in those buildings came off our property too, good hard sandstone. Yeah. The governor was so happy that we allowed them to take the stone that he made the convicts build our home. Yeah. Indeed. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of great stories in this colony. It's a shame it's fallen so far. The conditions don't look so bad financially, but the essence has been pulled out, the population has been ravaged, and the only thing that can save this place is providence. It's going to be a disaster. Just give it enough time. But it's such a shame when you look at look, these were moderns. They were still very disconnected from things, but some weren't. And there's so much prosperity based on an essential Anglo-Celtic being. Such prosperity created so quickly from farming, sheep. Man, it's incredible. And great opportunity was granted to these convicts. I think it was, again, Macquarie who brought in a policy which said, no, we can trust them to do things. We don't have to torture them here. They can be granted land once they've earned their keep. But you have to keep a close eye on them, of course. But they were pretty good. Most of the Irish sort of gave it up. There's a guy called Joseph Holt who was a leader in the revolution, but he was given management of a property, and they came to him in the rebellion and said, will you lead us? And he said, no, I'm good, mate. I'm happy. And he ended up with being granted great property and was prosperous. that whole thing was a... Look, it's not that they didn't have reasonable qualms about how they were being treated, but it was just liberal modernity. It was the Enlightenment again. And then later on, propped up by America, gladio nationalism to destabilize the empire. And the empire is a big problem in itself too. You know, as we know, the Rothschilds, lots of bad stuff those people got up to. No, we won't go into that today. It's not what we're here for. But yeah, many great stories like that. And it's a shame because I guess there's probably a lot of money to still be made in mining because there's so much land out there, but it's all just such a rip-off, you know, because of the mass immigrations, it's rip-off and the foreign investment. This was worth nothing in the 80s. There's so much opportunity to buy things and do stuff. But yeah, I guess you could try make your way and you could try tech, or if you were trying to make, I mean, I don't even think that's the right path anyway, of course, right? It's becoming essential that's the right path. And it's not just people who are older that can do this. Bram, our great friend, 22-year-old, went on a pilgrimage over 4 months doing his concentration without effort practices in deep prayer. Went to that famous pilgrimage, the Catholic pilgrimage to Spain from the Netherlands. And in this, the Lord granted him, and he became essential enough, the mystery of the breath, which I won't go into today, but spiritual touch and all the things we talk about. And now he's deeply continuing, dedicated, an hour a day. But it goes to show that a young man can do this, you know, even with all the distractions. But it also goes to show that, depending on personality, some people might have trouble slowly building up the time practice. In that sense, it might be better, and I haven't contemplated this, so don't quote me on it, wait for a lecture about it, but in some cases it might be better to take the kingdom of heaven by storm, like Bram did. You set yourself in a different place, and for a month, you take a month off and do prayers for 3 hours a day, right? Dedicate yourself for a big span of time, and then when you come back, that hour a day is going to feel much easier to you. That's what happened with me, actually. I was doing these incredibly long daily practices, thinking I could bring it about, actually, thinking I'll do 4 hours or whatnot, right? Because I had this time away. But then coming back to an hour and a half, it was much more a relief. That, oh, I can do that, it goes much faster. And the thing is, I think there's so much distraction or so much misunderstanding that these little impulses we get, these ideas we get, oh, we can't concentrate for an hour. Well, a lot of this is actually the devil. Because it's okay to lose concentration and gently just come back, you know? Gently bring it back. Just wait. You know, you don't stop. If you fall asleep, just wait, bring your attention back, have a coffee in the morning. We've got to recognize, here's one thing the devil often does to me, is the thoughts he'll send, like I get tempted every time I do the practice. Thoughts come to me. I think in a sense we need to be careful. Some people come from Eastern practices too, who learn how to force their brain to silence with some forceful concentration or whatnot. I think you want to put that to the side. Put that to the side and just do the practice as it's talked about. Concentration without effort. And the attending of what I talk about in the lecture, the all in the center. Because the thoughts that arise are there for you to reject, so the angels can attend to you. The angeloi can attend to you. I prefer saying angeloi, it's a Greek word. Angel has kind of been as a word. The New Age has tainted the word in a way. Angeloi feels more appropriate to use a Greek term. And so, what were we saying? Yes. Okay, here's the thing, little thing. I should do a video of all the different little things the devil uses. Any thought that comes to you, reject it. Doesn't matter if it's good, doesn't matter if it's positive. You just think no and go back to your concentration and your prayer. Following what's said in Concentration Without Effort in that lecture. Now, one thing the devil will often do with me is send thoughts about the practice itself. So the thought will be, let's say, yeah, just focus, or yeah, just do this. And then another thought will be associated with that, and I'll allow that, right? Thinking it's about the prayer, and that's what will get it started. And so then you realize and go, oh, well, you're continuing your concentration, but it interrupts the Jesus prayer. You lose focus for a moment, and a thought comes in and you allow it, but you just think, no, neutrally, and then bring your mind and then back to what you're supposed to be concentrating on and continuing the Jesus prayer. And then it'll come up again, some other temptation, a will to power temptation, something someone said to you, the less obvious things that seem good distract you. And very rarely will it be something the Lord's saying to you. Sometimes, but you check later if it's him. Not now. Now's not the time for that. Now's the time to think no and continue. And so, this is a cafe. It's quite nice on the river here. Misk, it's called. And so, yeah, meta ideas about contemplation, or ideas about what you're seeing. Oh, that must be the Lord, or that must be this, or that. No, just think no and continue. You remember it later. Well, a thing you can do is a practice I engage in after I finish my concentration without effort in prayer. Well, I'll contemplate the passion for one, but before that, right immediately when I finish, I'll rerun through the things of significance that I saw, heard, felt internally, whatever it might be. Run it through. And patterns develop. As patterns develop internally and externally from miracles, this is the comprehensive Christian philosophic side, or the Christian Hermetic philosophic vision that Tom Berg talks about. This is the day and night path of St. Bonaventura and St. John of the Cross synthesized together. It's looking at the multiplicity of phenomena that happen to you in depth practice and analyzing it. Analyzing the multiplicity, just like you would analyze the multiplicity of commandments to get to the one fire, so too do you analyze the multiplicity of spiritual phenomena that happen to you to assess through the truth criterion, an epistemic principle that we have, which you can see a lecture on, to see what's true, and over a long period of time, that analysis of that multiplicity of phenomena, interior, spiritually, exterior in the world, through coincidental synchronicities in birds, wind, nature that happen, that you think, wow, that seems significant. That's right when I thought this or that, right? Not all of it's the Lord, but over time you are able to analyze what is and isn't. And so what does that lead to? All holistically, over a year, you see patterns emerge. You are able to determine the one Lord behind the multiplicity of phenomena. Through the depth practices like St. John of the Cross, through when your eyes are open like St. Bonaventura, seeing it in nature and seeing the miracle behind it. That's not just saying, oh, it's miraculous, the Lord made this. That's part of it. Attributing everything to the good to God, but actually noticing there's something happening in coincidences as you become more essential, with birds especially, wind, nature, animals. Again, you can't confirm any of it unless you have the night path, but these things together give you the comprehensive sight where you can use conscience to ask the Lord directly, was that you, was that you? And it all comes together. And that is seeing the essence of things. And then you are able to, as a fact of experience, more and more. It becomes parallel, but then a deeper and deeper union manifests. And that synthesis, analysis of the multiplicity for a synthesis, which realizes the essence and the one God in reality, only ever collaboratively. Only ever collaboratively. So just like it applies to the 10 Commandments in the Bible, which are spiritual exercises, so too does it apply to reality itself and the depth practice itself. And so this very, very slowly over time becomes apparent as we experience spiritual touch, the truth of the heart. We begin to start doing the prayer of the heart. He enters our heart as a fact, literally and ensouled and physically is a way of putting it. Incredible, incredible. The people, they get distracted, and I get it, man, it's tough. Even that basic practice, I think what really helps everyone is, it is so important, drop everything else. Because your concentration practice, if you do it for an hour, will help you overcome all your sins. Drop everything else you're struggling with and get this right over 6 months. Doing it an hour a day for 3 months, and then come back to me. Drop everything, drop Sunday church, whatever. Maybe not that, because you can get to church on Sunday. But if it becomes too much, if it becomes the question of the morning practice in church, do your prayers. I just mean you're struggling to habituate even this. This is your anchor. Drop everything else to get this one thing right. Because some people have trouble. Just do one thing. This for an hour. Habituate that over 3 months. Drop everything else. And then see where your life is after that. Because some people are having trouble just getting those, building up the practice. Or you can try to take it really slow. Both ways do work, but I do think dropping everything until you get 3 months of every day and see how your life transforms. Doing that concentration without effort in prayer every day. Then you can start the other things. Just get that right. 3 months. The Lord said, can you not watch with me for an hour? Get that right. Drop everything, do that. 4 months. Then, and the reason I say that is because the more he is born in you through that withdrawal, the easier the other things become. His yoke is easy. But you still, of course, you'll have, it's a thing we have to, life is not without struggle, of course, but believe me, concentrating on that one thing, it will lead you to the recognition that this is the most important thing and will impel you with spiritual forces of how important this morning practice is and how it is eventually is a communion with him and anchors your whole life and saves you. You are saved by him collaboratively through this process. It's just so, people don't get what they're missing out on. And some people get wrapped up in Antichrist because of that. The sort of glory of the church, the battle of the church. They get wrapped up in that. It's this, man, becoming essential, becoming mystic, becoming the essence of things. At the same time, it's remembrance. So it's providence and remembrance, reaching providence and remembrance, because why did the Lord prepare a people? He set out a tradition before he manifested, prepared his body, prepared a sacred space, prepared a sacred tradition to manifest in. Because without that, it would kind of be like Christ appearing now. He'd be thrown in a mental asylum. Even though we killed him anyway, there still was this groundwork, even with that groundwork. But he had to die. He knew that. It was all about that. Oh shit, have we walked past the governor's mansion here? Nah, can't have, right? Okay. And we'll find a nice spot to sit down and read our book. And then we'll get to our final segment where we feel free, friends, in this New Year's and these days leading up to Theophany, these days of Christmas and Christ's continued birth. It's happening right now if you're doing the practices in the depth of your being, unseen. He's being born deeper in you. I hope you've been praying for it. You still can now. There's more days before Theophany, friends. Don't worry. If you haven't prayed for it yet, pray for him to be born in you more essentially this Christmas. Oh wow, this is pretty, isn't it? By the river. We might go back to the other side later. But yeah, you can see these nice, I don't know what these trees are. What are they? Are they ash or oak? Is that an oak tree? Looks like an oak leaf, doesn't it? Has those acorns. This is where Europeans used to plant. I wish we did more of this because they're so beautiful. The European trees. Not anymore, sadly. Not anymore. Yeah, that's pretty, isn't it? Nice. I like it. All right, almost there. Okay, let's get on to Governor's Mansion. Of course, now you've got the towering buildings, right? Ruining everything. Nah, it's actually not a bad contrast to have the... Not everything in modernity is bad. There's some, let's say, mid-century architecture is quite beautiful. With the conversation pits are very cool, very beautiful looking. And so, what were we saying? Become more essential. We were talking about the comprehensive sight that develops. And ultimately, that's the tradition. But when you're looking to engage with Petras, Peter, the Sea of Peter, and the keystone, the eschaton, Christ, like we mentioned earlier, the past, the future. Providence, remembrance. Petras, Peter, foundation stone, is what we've been talking about. Petras petrifies without the keystone. The tradition is to move towards perfection through Christ and the Holy Spirit. It is to flower. Where? Not the same place as the spirit of the times, friends. There is also, of course, like I said, there's a fake Petras, a fake foundation stone, the Luciferic first beginning. This is the separateness we've been talking about, the eternal recurrence, the will to power, the second principle, the corrupted virginal nature. It pushes a fake projection of the future, which is progress, transhumanism. It pushes its agenda of civilizational development from forces of the past, which are not of remembrance, aren't essential, aren't connected to this ingression from the eternal that happened in Israel and flowered into the true Petras, the true foundation stone, that which is essential and carries time, true duration. This fake foundation stone, this thing that appeared after the fall, this pagan spirituality, unfortunately, transforms from a Luciferic being, which is imagistic and is like unconscious impulsion, begins as a impulse. You could call it divine in a way. It begins as a fallen angels, right? Leads to a dead crystallized intellect. That's where we are now, AI. But it pushes an agenda. It wants something. It wants to bring about this technical expansion and covering the whole planet. It also wants to cut people off from the authentic spirit. But there's another progress. There's a progress that the Catholic Church, unfortunately, mostly isn't involved with. It gets tied up with the spirit of the times. Also tied up in Antichrist. It's very easy to get tied up in Antichrist. Again, that's the surface though. There is an essence of the church that's still there. It's still right there, don't worry. But there is an authentic Petras, there is a providence helping. But the other thing gets tied up with this satanic thing. But what that satanic thing is, like I said, it's a projection of a false future from the past, from spiritual necessity, from determinism, from this closed circle that closed, the snake closed its jaw around its own tail in the fall and created a whirlpool. This is the eternal recurrence. This is what Nietzsche talked about, like I said earlier. This is what Solomon talked about when he said there's nothing new under the sun. It's the autumn of the intellect. It begins with, it did begin with an impulse from the fallen hierarchies, but now, because it's cut off from the master and cut off from the true primordial tradition, it just leads to will to power. This is what the philosopher Martin Heidegger has been tracking when he talks about the sending of being, all that's sent of being, from the first beginning. It's a degeneration. And so there is no another beginning, there is only a resurrection. Here we are, here's the governor's estate here. Na 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 da 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 da. What's that, Land of Hope and Glory? The Americans think that is the graduation song. Nah, man, it's, what's his name? It's, he makes fun of the Americans now, he can't even remember what, who's the composer? Elgar. Da, 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 da. Or, and Britain first at heaven's command arose from out the azure main. Arose from out the azure main. This was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sang this strain. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Britons never, ever, ever shall be slaves. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. And meanwhile, we've got citizens of the Empire doing the cleaning up on the park as I sing this song. Britons never, ever, ever shall be slaves. I know the whole song, but that's, I can sing better than that, I promise you. But it is around a lot of people. It is around a lot of people. All right, National Trust, we're going in, all right? It doesn't say we can't go in. We're going in. I'm not even sure it's open today. I think you just have to pay to go inside. And we'll pay, but I don't even think it's open. But here it is. It was just this building originally. And this was all his land. I think it was the governor of the whole place. It wasn't just, I think this was a mansion for the governor of New South Wales. It wasn't just the area. He also came here. Unless it was Sydney Cove and here, and this is where his seat of power was. I don't think so. Now, there's another old government house in Sydney as well, but this is very old. Macquarie was here for a while. But just think about it. You've got to see some of these, think about, I think the original telling of the park itself is that they had removed all the wild trees and they said it took on, next to the river they just felt that, it feels a bit like a parkland what we've done here. We've left the pines. Because this is rugged out here, friends. You've got to understand how bad it is in the Australian bush. It's hot, blistering in summer, and it's really stark. Like, look at this tree. Look at this. This is like, look how stark this bark and stuff is. Dry. It needs protection. Its innards need protection from the savage. And very dry. Hot. Yet winter is very nice here, I must say. But again, very difficult for the settlers here. But they definitely made something of it. You've got to give them that. Incredible prosperity. Like our friend who left said just recently. His relatives granted some land or something. I was hoping this might be open, but it seems to be closed. I was going to get a drink. I definitely need a drink. Maybe I can fill up my bottle and we'll do that. I'm glad we came in though. It's closed, but I'm glad we came in. I'm glad we came in. Here it is. All right, let's get out of here before someone gets the shits. Okay, well, this is a boring part right now because I'm finding out where we're going to go. But I'm going to sit down in a moment and we'll begin our reading. We lost track a bit here. If you're just tuning in, we've got a whole hour of excellent content where I'm talking the whole time. Just give me a moment to sit down. In fact, maybe you can go on my front section and you can see clean image for a bit. Okay. Where are we going to go here? Ooh. Okay, I want to tap. There should be a water fill station here somewhere. We'll get that. Okay, we'll go back this way. Yeah, so what were we talking about? We were talking about remembrance and providence. What is tradition? Tradition is ensouled time. Tradition is ensouled time. Let's get an analogy here. Tradition is ensouled time, regular time, where one thing proceeds after the other, is merely arbitrary. There's no morality to it. It's the tradition is the golden thread of providence, of Petras, and the keystone of providence and remembrance that threads together what's arbitrary and saves what's essential for the apocalypse, and is so we can experience it in the now. But at the end of time, all these essential moments of love, of the cosmos of love, which will be converted from the cosmos of wisdom and is in the process of being converted, will live forever. And these tiny moments of essential agape, essential love that you grant to the other, that you make your brother, live forever. These moments given to God and His glory live forever. Live forever. And so, think about you and I. The body, we think in modernity, the body has a soul. The body has a soul. Wrong. Wrong. The soul has a body. The soul has a body. You have arms because of a will to grasp at the expense of others, because you have a will. You don't have a will because you have arms. You have legs because of a will to advance. You have a head because of a will to power. You have a brain, which converts into a heart, actually. But now think about this. Just as the body, the soul has a body, so too does eternity have time, or does essential tradition, essential time, have time. Time, or facticity as we know it, is essential, possessed by eternity. We are inside the Logos. Just like your physical body is kind of inside, in a sense. The soul has the body, the Logos has temporality. Eternity has temporality. An essential tradition is what we experience of that Logos that was granted to us by that soul, or that spirit rather. But it's granted to us by that, and it bears and has the periphery of everything else we experience. And so we need to become from the periphery to this essential that has the rest of temporality, just like our soul has and possesses our body. That can give you a sense of what tradition, essential tradition is. It came from there. It was sent by the Logos. We remember it and represence it every year in the liturgical calendar. Is it brought to presence on Christmas, remembered, and then experienced directly when we seek Providence Himself, who is an unconscious future that is available, that can be made an existential fact by Him. Collaboratively, through your prayer, is part of it, but by Him. This is quite beautiful too. You might as well have a look. Nice little cricket pitch. And the stadium over there by the riverside. Very pretty. It goes to show, if you have the same ethnos, Britain can be made anywhere. That garden, that English garden, can be made anywhere. But you need the ethnos, and then it decays. That's why the other places of the empire that aren't essentially this ethnos go to shit. Anyway, let's not go into that. Christ is for everyone. That's not what we're talking about. And through Christ, we see actually it's not so much about the ethnos actually. The true decadence of these pagan countries, the true decadence comes from the eternal recurrence. Only Providence can actually get you this, can actually get you, grant you this. Only love, this kind of order. Only the future, because everything's decaying. Look at India, decay. Decay, decay, decay. And look at the repaganization of America, decay, decay, decay. Man. And it's coming for other places unless we turn to what is essential. Be led by divine will again. Be led by providence again. Can also get lost in things we think are Christ, and they're actually assigned arbitrary missions of will to power, of Antichrist, where it's just going about the ritual, but none of the essential remembrance. You don't actually interact with them as a fact of experience. I'm not going to name anyone, but there's certain Catholics fighting wars on both sides of the J question. They're both Antichrist, because they're not becoming essential. There's truth to these questions, but in a sense, you'd have to put that to the side. You also have to love them and be led by, do you know that you have sanction to do it either way? That's the question. Do you know, as a fact of experience, that God wants you to do that? That you have sanction, that it's His divine will? Have you become essential enough to determine that? And the answer in most cases is no. You are sort of using your logic to evaluate church teaching and then assigning yourself that mission. And even, you might even get permission from the hierarchy to do it. But have you ever got permission from God? You need both, right? Because there's a name for you. You might have these incredible talents. I mean, I was wasting myself in the film industry, right? All these things could be devoted to the true God and be a true spiritual impulse from the future into art. A true new, because He is the future, right? Everything else is a kind of recapitulation of what has been. Yet people think it's a new art scene. No, you have to get Christ. That doesn't mean you're going to be just doing the remembrance, though. People think but if I just do Christ, I'm just going to end up doing what's already been. No, His providence. He'll lead you to something incredible, filled with His life. Look at what Rudolf Steiner did with his art. You have to admit, it's definitely new and it's definitely beautiful and full of strong spiritual impulse. It should have been grounded in Petras. It was probably too much keystone on its own, but still you can't deny that he was doing Christ's work. He wasn't perfect in everything, but he was doing Christ's work, definitely. And this is actually an important bat colony worth looking at. If you can see it, can you see it? You should see some of them there. You can hear them. You must be able to hear them. Juvenile. Have to be juvenile sometimes, right? Okay. Listen to them. Can you hear that? Here's some more of them here. Okay. Not far away. We should be able to find somewhere to sit now. Wow, that looks... It is a nice camera, this. Not to go into the technical, but... It's a beautiful day. It's funny, we've been a lot of places that no one goes to. There are gems around you, maybe not in your country, but there is for me. The Lord leads you to little gems. This part, everyone knows about this part, but where we were before, that wasn't, it's not a known spot. People don't use it. There's more resources around you than you know, as I often say. Okay, this is a bit of a closer look at them. There you are. You see that? Okay. That's what we were saying. Need to wet my whistle. Need to wet my whistle. Yeah, just as it is with you, just as you are incorporated soul, ensouled, you can also say that high space, not low space, high space is ensouled space, sacred space, or essential space. Essential time is tradition. It bears, just like your soul bears your body and has a body, so too does tradition, and so too does the Logos, Petras and Providence, Petras and the Keystone, have temporality. You can withdraw from, what does that mean? It means you can think you're withdrawing from Christ just like Satan and Lucifer do, but he's right there. He just wants you to come home. Hopeful, loving, in freedom. Satan offers us. He offers us this will to power. He offers us this immortality. Immortality for Satan is this civilizational, technical. You'll live forever, yes. Firstly, not as an individual. You'll die, but your genetics live on. That's all this. You see so many obsession with genetics. I'm not saying it's not important. The ethnos is important, but there's an obsession with it. It becomes their God implicitly. They worship it, and that's all the content they're posting.
Yes, the genetics from this region. I'm this gene.
Is that all there is? Is that all there is? Yeah, that has its place. Don't get me wrong. But the ethnos is even way more than that anyway. And there is more essential beyond even that. I think deep down, a lot of these people, they actually believe the ethnos is just an epiphenomena of, but you know what? That is epiphenomena of the genetics, but it actually is true of Satan. Everything else, the false spirit is just an epiphenomenon of him. It's a projection of Satan. And so his half-truth it's projected through him. He takes whatever is the first wine that the Lord allows and sends it as false spirit and half-truths. And the truth props up the half-truth. And so, why don't we take the lower way and get a closer look? I guess we can get a drink from this cafe, but might just fill up our bottle. Well, it's a bit dirty here. It's not very ideal. It's not very worth shooting. Oh wait, this part's not so bad. You can get a low angle of the bat colony and where we were before. That's pretty cool there, pretty ideal. How's that, friends? Not bad, not bad. And so Satan keeps his promise. And that's what the singularists, the transhumanists, they're all keen on that. He'll fulfill that, but it'll be a dead crystallization. There's a false spirituality based on that, actually, where they try to crystallize themselves to live after death. They actually think that's what our religion is, which is completely false. It's a living becoming. You become less technical. You become enlivened by love. And the Lord dissolves what's crystallized. They think through a sort of concentration and a banging your head against things, I think this is Gurdjieff, he was a Russian, that you become solidified, and that solidification of behavior survives after death. No, that's not it at all. It's that dies in this process. As you become, you're brought towards becoming himself. And what is becoming? It's what is not yet existence, what is to be. That's where your transcendent self is, that's where Christ is. He is that future. And that ultimate ideal, that ultimate evolution, is not the evolution of natural selection, it's the evolution of cooperation. Natural selection is the old cosmos of wisdom, it's the old cosmos of paganism. That still pushes its patterns, they still recur, but it's the ultimate saviour who overcomes all of that. If you revert back to paganism like we are in our society now, you actually revert back to those patterns. But all it takes is an authentic, like Spengler's decline of the West only occurs if you abandon Providence. You go back, you stoop into the same degeneration the Indians are involved in, the same pagan degeneration. But remember, like I said, Christ overcomes all of that. All you have to do is turn back to him. And then you have a new spiritual impulse from the future. And where's that leading? The true evolution, which is simply, it's the return to the Father, the conscious return to the Father. To begin with, when we talk about virtue ethics, we talk about the golden mean. When Plato talks about the golden mean, he's remembering something that used to be actually a divine impulse of that world of divine wisdom, right? So very early on, humanity was unconsciously developed by both the fallen hierarchies and helped by the divine hierarchies. They weren't interacting with the Logos himself, but it began as a spiritual impulse and ended up in a Luciferic spiritual impulse and ended up in a satanic intellect. So there's a lot of nobility because the pagans are still part of virginal nature. It's still God's creation, but the spirituality they're interacting with is Luciferian. And so what happens is it begins as this all began before consciousness, before the intellect. It all began as an unconscious mystical participation, but unconscious instincts did govern the balance between courage and, say courage for instance, a balance between foolhardiness and cowardice. The mean was determined originally in Greek times, yes, by fallen, well you can call them fallen hierarchies, but you could call them a divine force. Later, it becomes an intellectual problem where man becomes more free as the intellect develops and separates him from the automatic forces that just push him around, right? Which they thought were the gods. They are still angelic, so they have a divineness to them, but they're fallen hierarchies for the most part. But then unconsciously, without their awareness, also the angeloi are involved in their development because there is preparation going on to receive the Logos later. Okay, so we're back here. There are taps here, so I'm going to fill my bottle up and we're going to take a seat and continue our reading. Excellent. But what we were talking about, Plato is talking about for many things in virtue ethics, his virtue ethics. What's the mean? What's the mean? Aristotle then says the mean, it's a skill. I mean, this is not decadence, but it's a later eventuation. So it starts as an impulse that guides people into a kind of harmony with nature. It's not a connection with providence though. It's a harmony with what has been and helps the individual live, it guides them. Then it becomes an intellectual matter where you try to balance it top down and it becomes a skill in Aristotelian virtue ethics. And this kind of maps a process where we where we now leave that paganistic or the former initiates, this is pagan initiates that is, who were only connecting with a memory. They weren't connecting with the Logos himself, but the memory of before the fall, let's say. Now our mission since Christ is to find union with him, to be led by the Master, to consciously make contact with these divine impulses and he who is the golden mean himself. The true golden mean, which encompasses the future, not just the past and present and nature and guiding you through that, but the eschaton, what will come to be. I am, I was, I will be, remember? He was, he is, he will be. That's what Ehiyah means, which is the divine name. Remember, that's only for teaching, not for worship. Not for just randomly naming him. And so that's where mercy comes into the equation with justice as well. Plato's justice didn't include that mercy, which includes the future, which takes into account someone's future. That's how the Lord operates. And so too do we. But you can only give mercy when you have sanction. You can only give mercy when you have this contact with, consciously with divine instinct, which is a new force that was not there before Jesus Christ of Nazareth. They had, long ago, a Luciferian spirituality, a kind of divine impulse of the fallen hierarchies, which did help them, guide them directly through impulse, that became the intellect, but there was no conscience. No pagan had conscience. Conscience, divine conscience, Steiner backs this up too, only exists after Jesus Christ incarnates and dies and becomes the master of everything through his death, meaning you are initiated then by the master only, or no one, or you end up in delusion. You reach before him and become a thief and a robber, or you mix up the old procedures of thieves and robbers into your practice and it becomes Antichrist and you lose contact with him. The point is though, no mercy, there was no conscience. Conscience becomes possible, and what is conscience? It's the consciousness soul, the consciousness being. What does consciousness means? Con means with or together. Science means knowing. Ness means being. With knowing being. The being with knowing. The being whose being is a question. The being who knows being. Your conscience, it's a separate consciousness. It's a separation in a sense from the being that we look at a distance now. A separation that we look at a distance. This with knowing being must become the conscience being. Your soul must be transformed into the conscience soul. How does that happen? You become in closer union with Christ. Conscience is when you can discern, when you can ask questions through concentration without effort in prayer, then asking a direct question, waiting for an impulse from conscience, which is a serene, eternal breath or a serene peace with joy. It must come with serene peace. The saints describe this, the monastics describe this as determining divine will, but you can ask a question, receive that as an answer as well before you do it. This is to ask conscience a question through the tradition, through concentration without effort, through the purification, illumination, and union. Do you discover God as a fact of experience? You can ask questions, you begin to ask questions, and the pagans couldn't do this. And so this is divine instinct while you're conscious. It's different than before, completely different. And also it wasn't the Logos before, it was fallen hierarchies. But now it's directly finding Christ. A lot of these developments used to happen automatically, but now people ask, why isn't there more intervention? Because we are now free. It's part of the development. The Lord, it's not a necessity. Some people like to articulate that, he doesn't need us, he requires our participation to intervene. Because our freedom matters to him. It doesn't matter to Satan. The Satan promises freedom. Promises immortality, but it's slavery. You'll be free to do whatever provoking that you are provoked to do, which happens to the prodigal son, remember? That's Satan's freedom. The Father's freedom so matters to you, Jesus' freedom so matters to you that he, firstly, that he gave his only begotten Son to ensure it, but secondly, he gives you it to spend, and it pains him when all the bad things we've done to ourselves in sin, it hurts him. We're hurting him by doing this, crucifying him. He only wants the best for us and loves us, right? And so, let me fill my bottle up and I'll remember my thought. There you go. Wait there. Ah, that's good. You probably wouldn't do that overseas, in California or something. You go, what's this? Water. It's got iodine in it. It's got this in it. Nah, the water's pretty good here, although it has fluoride in it. Yeah, America. It's got, who knows what's in the American water. Okay, now, wait, maybe that table's taken. Oh, good. It looks like those people have finished with it. We can sit down. Oh, yes. Cool. I think that's the best table. There is a table over here that might have a better view, though. Bet there's people there, unless they're leaving. Maybe they're going. I just think it has a better view, friends. So I want it. Sorry, a bit boring. I think they're leaving. Yeah. Okay, we'll just sit right there. This is full of beautiful flowers in spring. Guess we could have came earlier, but it would be completely packed and we wouldn't like it anyway. Okay, here we go. Let's go into this tunnel. So we were talking about Plato, we were talking about divine instinct led to intellect, and by the time it got to Plato, he was talking about the mean. The mean was just an impulse before, and it was only to do with aligning with the individual, aligning with society and the collective. Then the future enters into the equation with the incarnation of Christ. And so the mission of humanity isn't this progress to the Übermensch, this progress to AI and civilizational, this immortal technology as its own separateness. It is to return to the Father in full consciousness. We have this, what did we say the word consciousness was? With knowing being. With knowing being. The being who knows, the being whose being is a question for him or it. Now, how's this? That's not bad. Maybe that way. Depends. Okay. The being whose being is a question. So it's to come to conscience, to come to contact with, through Petras, through the foundation stone, through the remembrance of the tradition and providence and providence, in full consciousness, to make contact with providence, the keystone. And that transforms you into the conscience soul. Because as the soul is sort of between spirit and body, you are that. But you become spirit. It becomes, you actually become tripartite, not just soul and body, but spirit as well. I mean, I think the 9th Ecumenical Council, it's soul and body, right? But that's kind of the state we're in before the purification, illumination, union. The spirit becomes possible. The transcendent self is a thing. And so it becomes spirit, soul, and body. So there is truth in that there is spirit, soul, and body. It's just after you go through what the tradition tells you to begin manifesting. And so this is pretty good, but I think we'll choose the other table. Might look a bit better rather than right up against the fence. Okay. I promise I won't spend 500 years just picking a spot. It'll be faster this time. Okay. There we are. Nice steady shot. Little table there, bit of a garden. You can see me. Bit of reading. Good. Okay. Cool bananas. Here we are. It's been a nice day so far. Oh, it's only been 2 hours and 18 minutes. Time for a read. Okay. "9:30 p.m. in Georgia, USA," says Lockstep. It is 2:18 p.m. Hail Mary, full of grace, says Happy New Year, Scott. Happy New Year to you, friend. We talked earlier about how wonderful it is, and we're still going. I woke up to carols in my mind. I didn't even listen to any carols. That's one other thing in this process, is that hymns and carols really move you. Really move you, and you understand them in a way that's much more profound. Yeah, it just touches your heart. It really does. And actually, for Orthodoxy, the carols are all true. It's fine to share the same carols. It's only the hymns that are different. Contested, let's say. And so it is wonderful, isn't it, this New Year period? We're not even at Theophany yet. Christ's birth continues now, right now. To the baptism does Christ's birth continue. The Son of Man and the Son of God together. And so we're reading Steiner's guidelines, which speak of a new birth. It's all about a new birth, so it's certainly relevant to what we're talking about. We're not anthroposophists, but there's a lot of truth in what he's saying, so we're happy to read it. Okay. Let's take these out of our ears and we can enjoy the sound a little bit like you guys get. I don't know if you can see up there, but there's a... I'll show you later. It's just a very beautiful red tree with some sort of red flower thing. Oh, wait, shit. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, wait, that's right back at the start. It's all good, it's all good, it's all good, it's all good. I think it's all good. Yeah, cool. Okay. A bit more of this. And I'll have some caffeine too. We'll be started in a moment. Ah, that's nice. There's that little particle in there. What's going on here? I was recommending earlier, some people in the fellowship were talking about having trouble sleeping. I highly recommend a magnesium glycinate, 500 milligram per capsule. You can find any brand that has decent reviews on Amazon. There's many, so grab one. And you could get the one that's not a capsule as well, it's fine. As long as it's magnesium glycinate, get that. 2 capsules while you're going off. It'll have no side effects, excellent sleep. So, also, if you're fasting or whatnot, keeping away from milk, I recommend, even to save money, caffeine tablet. It's permissible to have that before you do your prayers as well. A lot of people have trouble in the morning, and I have the equivalent of a coffee in the morning. It's no problem, you can do that. And so, let's begin. What a beautiful, it's so wonderful, friends. I'm glad you're here with me on this New Year's in prayer, and to make sure that you withdraw for prayer in this time. And rest assured, doing your concentration without effort in prayer, transformations of the depths of Christ are happening in the depths of your being. Transformations are happening. Always, no practice is wasted. And so the observer of the relationship, this is cosmic thoughts in Michael's activity and in Satan's. The observer of the relationship between Michael and Satan may well feel impelled to ask the question, how do these two spiritual powers behave in the cosmic context, in as far as they are both concerned with the development of intellectual forces? Interesting. In the past, Michael developed intellectually throughout the cosmos. He did this as a servant of the divine spiritual powers, which had given him, as well as human beings, their genesis. And he intends to maintain this relationship to intellectuality. So Michael, we were mentioning spiritual impulse that becomes intellect before. Michael's become the spirit of the age since the Israelite times. He's not only he was a archangel before, but Steiner says he's now an archai, a sort of a time, the spirit of the whole time. But again, what it's suggesting is he still wants to, he used to be, Michael being the face of God, he granted spiritual impulse that became later intellectuality, right? Keeps it enlivened so it doesn't crystallize and become satanic. He does this right now and continues this relationship. This is the slaying of the dragon, to not allow the dead fallen hierarchies that just live in us, that just live in temporality, because they've been cast off by Michael. They've been cast out of heaven by Michael, right? This is the dragon slaying. He's constantly dragon slaying, but satanic powers still win through us. That's what acceleration is. That's what transhumanism is. These are satanic hierarchies that can't continue any development now because they betrayed the mission as fallen hierarchies, rebellious hierarchies. But they can continue a kind of development by manipulating us. And so when it was released from the divine spiritual powers in order to find its way within human beings, the intellect, that is, Michael decided that from then on he would be in contact with humanity in the right way in order to find his own relationship to intellectuality. But he only wanted to do this by continuing as the servant of the divine spiritual powers, the powers to whom he and man have been united since their origin. For man, unawares, of course, like I said, virginal nature still persisted even in pagan times. It's just that we were cut off from the Logos, apart from the chosen people, the chosen few that had to be purified, set aside and purified from the mixed waters below the firmament for clean waters above. Therefore, his intention is that in the future, intellectuality will stream through the hearts of men, but as the same force which streamed out of the divine spiritual powers at the beginning. And by that he means a kind of a conscious, direct interaction with Christ and his loving. Or what else does he generate in us? He generates in us his spiritual impulse. Christ transforms us and generates an impulse for his love. And he transmits through us into everything. And so the intellectuality meaning that it will be conscious this time. And what not a mix, not fallen hierarchies also involved in this process. It is a completely different situation with Satan. He has long since separated himself from the evolutionary stream to which the aforementioned divine spiritual powers belong. In the primeval past, he placed himself alongside them as an independent cosmic power, as we talked about for most of today. Although he exists spatially in the world to which man belongs at present, he develops no relationship of forces with the beings who rightfully belong to this world, only because intellectuality has been separated from the divine spiritual essence and approaches this world. Thus Satan finds himself so related to this intellectuality that he is able, in his own way, to connect through it to humanity, because it's separated itself. Think about modernity. We're separate from everything. We're ironically distanced from everything in pain, in our woe and pain. But there's no going back. There's only going to Christ, who is the essence of everything, and he makes it all alive with love, where you can be both essential as well as exist in full consciousness, but full of resurrected life in touch with heaven. The kingdom of heaven is at hand, but full consciousness, full freedom. This is the beatific vision. This is the comprehensive vision we've been talking about. Seeing the Master, obedient to the Master, obedient to with his grace, feeling all the spiritual impulses consciously, not just driven by them. That's where it is to lead, back to the Lord through purification, illumination, union. To both know Oh wow, there's a big lizard there. He's going the other way though. Can't remember what they're called. I don't think it's worth taking the camera to show it. Is it? Oh, there's two. They're not poisonous, but maybe I should show you. I might as well show you guys. Might as well have a look, right? Can you see him there? And there's one just there. Hanging around as we talk about Satan. Okay, good. We're back. Oh, where were we? Damn. Oh, I think we were only on the first page, weren't we? Yeah, that's where we were. Like I said, only because intellectuality has been separated from the divine spiritual essence and approaches this world does Satan find himself so related to this intellectuality that he is able, in his own way, to connect through it to humanity. For what humanity receives at present as a gift, he absorbed in the primordial past. If he is able, Satan will make humanity's received intellect similar to his own. That is his intention. Very interesting, this stuff. Satan appropriated intellectuality at a time when he could not interiorize it. As the wind picks up, it had remained a force within his being that has nothing to do with heart and soul. Intellectuality streams out of Satan as a frost-bitten, soulless cosmic impulse. Remember how I talked about earlier? This push of destiny, a dead crystallized push. That's what this AI is. That's what this transhumanism is. Will to power, soulless utility. And those people who are seized by this impulse develop a logic devoid of compassion and love. No moral logic, just a calculative utilitarianism, which seems to speak for itself. In truth, it doesn't speak for itself. This utilitarianism, this materialism, scientism, physicalism, in truth, it's Satan speaking in them. It's not some impartial, it's Satan. Remember how we talked earlier about angelic objectivity, a loving of nature, a loving of the hierarchies and saints, a loving of the Father, Mother, and Christ. That's a checking in, that's angelic love of everything, to see the essence of things. This satanic version is the checking out. It's the utilitarian, it's the withdrawal. Everything is equally an illusion if you take it in an Eastern sense, or all that matters is my own will to power. They're both as bad as each other. And so one can be considered a bit more humanistic, but really that's just Luciferian, even if it's not harming anyone per se. But, in truth it's Satan speaking in it, in which there is no sign of the true, inner, loving relationship between what man is and what he thinks, speaks, and does. No sign of the true, inner, loving relationship between what man is, essentially, and what he thinks, speaks, and does. Cut off from essential, because you are an essential being. And you actually love Christ deep, deep, deep down there. You just don't know, because he is the perfect man and you are man and woman. But Michael never appropriated intellectuality to himself. He manages it as a divine spiritual force in that he feels himself united with the divine spiritual powers. By thus permeating intellectuality, he indicates the potentiality in it to be just as valid an expression of the heart, the soul, as of the head, the spirit. For Michael carries within him all the primal forces of his higher angeloi in Christ and those of man. Thereby he does not transfuse intellectuality with wintry frost devoid of soul, but he stands by it in a soul-filled inner warmth. And what does that mean? It means that the utter truth, we're not, when seeking Christ, we're not, I've got no meaning in my life. I want to add an additive. I just want to be Christian to feel better. No, the truth carries will and feeling, divine will and divine feeling. To be without it as just a will to power robot is untrue. The utilitarian physicalist worldview is untrue. The truth himself manifests as a fact of your experience and can show that to you if you put the time in. But the other worldview, no. You're in the illusion. We're not re-enchanting anything. We're disillusioning, which happens to resurrect life completely and maternity presences with temporality. That's truth. Those who think they're in truth in this cynical physicalist worldview, you're untrue. You're unessential. You're enchanted, yet dead. You're in illusion, and we want to disillusion ourselves of that. The true waters. That's what we want. The waters from outside the firmament, not the mixed waters below. Oh man, that's nice. That's nice tea, man. That tea is called sponsorship insertion. No. It's called, what's it called again? Apple something. Ginger apple. Very nice. This is also the reason why Michael wanders through the cosmos with earnest mind and gesture. Inwardly so, united with intelligent content as he means that he must also fulfill the condition not to introduce anything of subjective arbitrariness, wishes or desire into this content. We've talked a lot about that also today as well. This arbitrary will, this half-truth, this fake future propped up and propelled by our own desires. Satan provokes a whole civilization of implanted desire, provoked by the J-controlled industries of cinema and media, degenerate. That's their religion. I used to love movies, but there's only a few that come out that are decent. Everything is just completely propagandized, right? And it projects a false future. And unfortunately, people, they want to keep listening to music and stuff. You're going to have to withdraw from that for a little while, friends. It just pollutes. You don't want songs in your head, because the divine music comes as inner music. And it will initially appear in the depth of your practice, perhaps in a tune that you already know, inner music. But the further you go on, the more that tune becomes something unknown from away from songs you might already know, because it's those expressions of songs that are a decadent form of angelic music. And to say you watch a cinema, I was watching The Lord of the Rings and I actually got a bit sick of it. I don't want a composed music projecting emotiveness on me all the time. It's okay when you're, I don't know, a bit more unessential, right? I loved those movies and they're good introductions to everything, but to have Howard Shore pushing this music at you the whole time, well, it just speaks of a real decadence, a lack of inner life. Or more, it's just as you go on, you don't want to be provoked around by music to feel something, because you don't need to. The Angeloi inspire you, and their music comes to you. because subjective has become an object, a throwing here, a thing throwing. Because your transcendent self becomes an object for the hierarchies to send to you through, rather than some inward experience that's only subjective. Through becoming more objective, through following the Ten Commandments, through then eventually being every morning obedient. You're obedient to the Lord in your withdrawal towards Him in the morning, and then eventually through grace in the breath and many other things and mysteries that evolve from this concentration without effort. And don't mistake, people talk about contemplation. You just mean concentration. Contemplation is something that takes a long time to develop. Contemplation means together with God. It's a beholding God Himself. So that's only something that can happen once He's purified you. And you can, essentially, it's once you can feel spiritual touch, can you behold God. It comes later. Also, people might be confused with the idea of initiation, that you just do this for a year or something and then it's over. No, you won't want to. Firstly, don't worry. Once you get over this hump, the motivation to continue just continues on and on and on and on. But you don't stop. This is to continue for the rest of your life. This hour a day, this holy hour. And this is also the reason why Michael wanders through the cosmos with earnest gesture, true gesture, inwardly, so united with intellect. Oh wait, I read that bit. No arbitrariness, basically. To maintain his being as an expression of the cosmic essence, to leave everything in his inner self which reflects his own being. Michael considers this to be his virtue. And let's repeat that virtue. To maintain his being as an expression of cosmic essence. That's what we want to be, don't we? Everyone talks about, let's do something. Oh, actually, I don't want to do the make fun of person voice, because these are a lot of my friends on the right wing. People want to do art, right? Look, you need to maintain your being as an expression of cosmic essence. Why? Because that's the new. You want to do something new, you don't have access to the new. All your experiences are going to be of the surface spirit of the times. That's all dead. That's deterministic. That's of the closed circle of temporality. You have to become more essential to receive impulses from outside time. It's possible. You just have to spend an hour a day doing this. You've got to just believe what I'm saying. And then you can find your true providential purpose, not be merely a provoking of destiny. You know, when people talk about predestination, that's actually true. It has a truth to it. It's only true of physicality. It's only true of paganism. Predestination is true, meaning some people are born evil and damned. But what does that mean? It means you will be either or, unless, because of Christ, providence in the future has entered into the equation. He frees you from this provoking of what has been in the past to end up at a destiny, which is what Satan is provoking you to do. All these other spiritual powers are trying to make you just a provoked being. You think you're free, but you're not, right? That's modernity. That's predestination. It's true of the physical. It's true without Christ. Predestination, damned or not, is not true with Christ. It's only true without him. Yes, works matter. Effort and grace, friends. And so, to maintain his being as an expression, we need to become an expression of cosmic essence. At the same time, the Lord wants us to participate in this. He's not the devil. The devil wants you to think you're free, to do everything in distance from God, making whatever choices of degeneracy without any morality you want, but those desires are just implanted by him. So you're just a deterministic product. You're actually a slave. The Lord wants your free collaboration. You have a unique song to play in his chorus that only you can play. He doesn't just direct you exactly what to do. You have to also contribute as well. You have to also, like, he'll speak sometimes in deep discernments, guide with impulse. Let's say you're making a plan. You come up with a plan, ideas come with you. Sometimes the ideas are sent by him, sometimes they're from you. He approves everything. But if you just ask him to dictate to you or tell me exactly what you want me to do, he wants you to participate as well. But while you're planning it, while you're asking questions, the things you're struggling with, he'll send ideas, he'll say things that are important and tell you when something, and you can ask him if something is his divine will, but half of it will be your efforts as well. And so, this is the difference between him, because he loves you, and it's the same for the angels too. Now, this is an interesting take. Well, not a take, but this is the esoteric view. And I'm not saying this is what Tomberg suggests. It's an interesting idea. I'm just going to put it forward. Is that people wonder why, in the Old Testament, why Yahweh, the destruction and such. That's the idea is, in the esoteric Christian idea is, I'm just putting this out there. Not saying you have to believe it. The idea is Yahweh, just like I'm saying, is free. There's a certain freedom granted to the Angeloi. And Yahweh, when you look at all the different actions that are performed, they're the actions of power, the actions of ingression and power displayed in facticity. The idea is Yahweh is a exousiai, a power, right? And Jesus speaks through him. And so that's Valentin expresses that as a reason for why, and it makes sense. I'm not saying I believe it. It's definitely not traditional. It's esoteric, but it makes sense. And the Lord, with the Lord's permission, but given certain leeway to bring it about. Christ speaking through him, acting through him, yes. It is Christ. Anyway, interesting idea. I'm just saying. It offers a better explanation than simply God's morality is you don't understand it, which, as I've heard other people say, makes more sense, because the Ehyeh, I am, which is the Lord's name for eternal being. I am, I was, I will be. He loves you. He's always loved. Anyway, let's not go into this any further. We have not planned to talk about it or anything like that. So, just an idea. Not saying anything further on that. So, okay. Michael considers this to be his virtue, to be a expression, an external press. Remember, he's the face, Michael is the face of God, of cosmic essence, to leave everything in his inner self, which reflects his own being. Nothing's arbitrary. We should aspire to be the same too, although we do want to retain our intellect, at least in this process, at least in this intellectual or philosophic, mystic and philosophic Christianity, or you could call it esotericism, the depth aspect of the church. But you do want to retain our thought at the same time to be a saintly thought, to be a resurrected thought. And so Michael is earnest in everything. For earnestness, truthfulness, as the revelation of a being, is the mirror of the cosmos from that being. So hear that again. Michael is earnest in truth. I guess you could say that means in everything. In truth, in everything. His bearing and gestures reflect this. They express that he is a reflection of cosmic being. For earnestness as the revelation of a being is the mirror of the cosmos for that being. Let's hear that one more time. Earnestness or truthness as the revelation. Earnestness, truthness. Being earnest is a revelation of a being. A revelation is ascending, right? So an earnestness is I'm being earnest towards something as an expression of, and it's a revelation is the mirror of that essential being. I guess he's saying by saying cosmos. From is a mirror of the cosmos from that being. Yeah, a mirror, he would mean essential cosmos. Because when he says cosmos, do you mean eternity or do you mean creation? Yeah, smiling is the expression of what streams into the world from a being. Smiling is the express of what streams into the world from a being. Do you mean an essential being? I don't understand. Maybe a bit of a translation error there. One of the Michaelic imaginations is the following. He moves with the flow of time, born on cosmic light as his essence. Cosmic illumination, you could consider that then. Like an authentic imagination, an imagination that's connected, that isn't illusory, that is connected with lots of essence. Because it's uncreated, think about uncreated energies or grace, then it's Gnostic, something, and then it's that's why imagination is down the line, you know. Too many people, even C.S. Lewis talked about imagination versus, it's not, you're not fully at essence then, you've got to go deeper than imagination. Imagination's still the unconscious, you're dealing with the unconscious, but you've got to go to inspiration and then intuition, you've got to go deeper to the unseen, uncreated. The felt, the heart, and these are characterized by spiritual touch and the heart, what's unseen, and that has the immediacy of touch, but you can't see anything. That later becomes a gnosis, or a knowing of it, when it becomes more conscious, and then imagistic, or then magic, or then the miraculous, the healing, the know-how. Okay, and so, born by cosmic light as his essence, framing cosmic warmth as the revealer of his own being, a being akin to a world. When you see world here, I guess world meaning cosmos, akin to a cosmos, or facticity. Think about all the universe, everything, because that's all we had before. Because when you see world, you just think, it's a pale blue dot, the Earth. No, it's facticity. He wanders in waves, affirming himself in that he affirms the world, leading forces from all corners of the universe down to earth. What does he affirm though? What's essential? Because he's in the hierarchies of good. So it'd be affirming virginal world, virginal creation, not will to power, not, and leading it to facticity, bringing it in from virginal creation, from Eden, or essential world, essential creation. Remember, because there is two principles that bring this facticity into how it happens, being the principle of will to power and of war of all against all, which affects how everything presents to us and is involved in everything, and the principle of cooperation, and the principle of virginal nature, and the principle of growth. And so in contrast, a satanic one, in his progress, he would conquer space from time. He is surrounded by darkness in which he sends the rays of his own light. The more he achieves his goal, stronger is the frost around him. He moves as a world which is completely concentrated in one being, his own, in which he only affirms his self by denying the essential, although he says the world here, but denying what Michael, virginal creation or virginal life, he moves as though carried with him the sinister forces of the earth's dark caves. So that's great. This is very resonant wording. The caverns, think Khazad-dûm, the chasm, the Balrog. This is all true. Tolkien is his imagination picked up on truths that are more essential, that the conscious Tolkien wasn't really aware of, actually, even though he was pretty aware of Catholic understanding. Lots of good Catholic philosophy in there. But the imagistic, he is not even aware of necessarily what he's writing. And so anyway, the dark caves, the separateness cut off. And actually the whole world has become that dark cave, unfortunately. It's infected. It's what modernity is. So you actually have to enter the cave, enter the house and close the door to the tabernacle to escape the dark cave that the earth has become, that facticity and how it happens for us. What I mean by facticity is, I mean the surface senses, the world as it appears to us is this facticity. That's what earth symbolically means. Everything, the whole universe, everything we know, the known, the obvious, the everyday. If man seeks freedom without detouring into egoism, when freedom becomes the pure love of action, then it is possible for him to approach Michael. If he wishes to act in freedom by developing egotism, if freedom is the prideful desire to reveal himself in his acts, then he is in danger of falling into Satan's realm. Let's hear that one more time. That's really pretty good. If man seeks freedom without detouring into egoism, a Wilsmacht, a will to power, when freedom becomes a pure love of action, then it is possible for him to approach Michael. I would say it's got to be a love, a pure love is agapic though. It's loving all, it's loving everything in action. Then you can approach Michael. If he wishes to act in freedom by developing egotism. Again, trying to de-egoize, like the Easterners, is an egoistic egolessness. Is that I'm proud of my egolessness in that I've disillusioned myself that this is just an illusion, and by disvaluing my own ego as much as I disvalue everyone else. We're loving everyone else as much as we love ourselves. We are will to service, not will to power. Anyway, if he wishes to act in freedom by developing egotism, if freedom is the prideful desire to reveal himself, Wilsmacht, in his acts, me, more, project my truth.
My truth. I spoke my truth.
Shut the up.
My truth.
To reveal...
Bootstrap myself, a self-made man.
desire to reveal himself and his acts, then he is in danger of falling into Satan's realm. The imaginations described above beam forth man's love for action. Open parentheses, Michael, man's love for action, Michael, or instinct, divine instinct, or his self-love when he acts, Satan. So these imaginations beam from man's love for a pure loving action, or his self-love when he acts, for me acting for mine, my own, my precious, right? Wilsamacht, give me the ring. I'll be the one power, everything subservient to me, under me. In that man feels himself as a free being near to Michael, he is on the way to carry the force of intellectuality into his whole humanity. Although he thinks with his head, his heart fills his thinking with either light or darkness. His will streams from his humanity, and that his thoughts stream into him as intentions. His will, see that again, his will streams from his humanity, in that his thoughts stream into him as intent, intention, as goal. Yeah, your will streams from your humanity, in that his thoughts stream into you, himself, as goals, intentions. The human being becomes more human when he is an external press of the world. He finds himself not by seeking himself, but by willingly uniting with the world. Nah. If you mean essence, I'm for that. Because it's both at the same time. It's ecstasy and ecstasy. Because if you're just trying to unite with the world, or the object, if you can call it that, it's kind of a nature mysticism. So no, it's getting to the essence of the object and the subject at the same time. Through loving the world and everything, but seeking the ground of the subject and the object. Through concentration without effort in prayer. But you act during the day, your eyes are open, you're living the day path of St. Bonaventura while your eyes are open, noticing the essence of things, hopefully, more and more. In birds, seeing the synchronicities, and then later, log everything. As you're developing and doing these practices, keep meticulous records of all things that seem miraculous. You can later confirm them, because you don't know. Now, you have to put them through a truth criterion, an epistemic principle. But keep meticulous record, and you can later confirm them. And so, and also, if things that, because when the Lord says things, sometimes when it's really important, he'll say something, it'll carry the weight of authority. And St. Teresa of Avila says this, and I've experienced the same thing, is that there's sometimes the Lord speaks, you can confirm it through discernment, but other times when it's really important, he'll say something and it just carries, like he'll interrupt your thoughts. But the voice sounds like, it's no different sounding, it just sounds like another thought, but it carries. Say the Lord says, be not afraid to you in your thought. Anyone else could say, be not afraid, and you'd still be scared. Totally afraid. Be not afraid, friends. And you're still afraid, right? But when the Lord says it, or you think it to yourself, be not afraid, I'm not scared, right? It does nothing. But when the Lord says it, that's when you know it carries essence. Oh, he's said it and sent something essential, and then a peace comes with it too. And so that can happen. But other things, he can say things, and then you confirm it with discernment as well, right? But sometimes if some things of really particular importance, because that happened to me recently with an interruption, telling me not to act about something which I won't go into. And it like that, exactly as St. Teresa of Avila said. So log it, but then you have to confirm it with, and go to my lecture on the epistemic principle, to truth criterion. I think a lot of people are just saying the Lord said to me, and they're not checking later and then confirming it with this serenity and joy which comes as the answer. Because how can you know? There's so many things that have come to me in thought. You can't just use logic to determine whether it's the Lord or not. There's so many things that might be biblically accurate that when I checked, it wasn't. So, yeah, you just want to be careful, right? That's why. Log it, check it. What did St. Maximus say? Ask 3 times and then act. Apply the same thing to checking 3 times as well as the rest of the epistemic principle. That's not it. There's more to it. Just have a look at the lecture and have a look at my lecture, which is called How to Discern the Holy Spirit. There's 3 parts to that lecture. You see them in my highlights tab on Twitter. Okay. In that man feels himself as a free being to be near Michael, he is on the way to carry the force of intellectuality into his whole humanity. I said that already, didn't I? But I said it with him for a second time. The human being becomes more human when he is an expression of the world. Yeah, I said that too. If man succumbs to Satan's temptations while developing his freedom, he will be dragged into intellectuality like a spiritual automaton. Guys, in which he is a cog, but no longer himself. Come on, is this not all of Twitter? Even all of our side. It's just a prodding, a provoking of what has been. All this thinking is a function of the head. This alone separates it from the experiences of the heart and the essential heart, which the master rules and enters as a fact of experience, physically and in soul, and his own will, and snuffs out his individuality. And your true individuality is this being that God has for you in eternity, that he knows you can reach, his idea for you that has been for all time. That's your true individuality. That's your true self. And the only way to it is to look to Jesus Christ, the Master, because he's been human. He knows. Man loses more and more of his inner humanity by becoming the expression of his own individuality. He loses himself by seeking himself. It depends if he's looking to the world and the empirical self, not what transcends it. If he's seeking not just soul, he's seeking the eternal and to become towards Christ, there's a bit of, I don't know if the translation's wrong here. He withdraws from the world to which he denies love. But man only truly experiences himself if he loves the world. Well, it's both, because you withdraw. It often helps to withdraw first towards Christ. In the essence of things, Christ resurrects you and your inner life. Right? Resurrects your inner life. Because it's difficult. You don't just go work in a soup kitchen. You could do it that way. But you do it first with withdrawal, like a monastic. And in plain sight, Christ comes and joins you, fills you with love. And then you begin to love the world through prayer. This is not the Kantian way of doing it. It's not the sort of duty first. You could try to do it with duty first, but this is the way. And Christ's yoke is easy. And then he reintroduces you to the world, but now following his divine will, filled with his love, guided by his love, released from your resentments. You have to withdraw from the world first to do that. So I don't know exactly what Rudolph's saying there. It's a synthesis of those two things. Anyway, it is perhaps obvious from the foregoing that Michael is the guide to Christ. Michael travels with love through the world with all the earnestness of his being, his posture and his acts. Whoever adheres to him cultivates love in relation to the outer world. Maybe he's saying it only related to the outer world, related to this one aspect. Maybe that's what he means. And love in relation to the outer world must first be developed. Otherwise, it is self-love. Yes, you just love Christ, and Christ is both. I pray every day. Look, these things. After my concentration without effort in prayer, which develops into meditation, which develops into contemplation over a long period of time, I pray for love, hope, and charity, which is divine, eternal breath, which is faith, hope, which is illumination, and divine light, and love, which is divine fire. I pray for those three things, and then I pray for love for Christ, love for man and woman, love for the hierarchies and the saints, and love for nature. And so Christ has granted that to me 100%. Through loving Christ and through praying for these things, he resurrects and enlivens you with a second wine and dissolves what's arbitrary in you and your false valuations and loves that you formerly had, or even you implicitly have. And this is essential. This isn't just regular, this is monastic practices, right? So it's the synthesis of the day and night path. On the regular Christian path, you can get wrapped up in all sorts of will to power. Even if you're, as a cradle baptism, whatever. You don't think you don't need this. You need it. It's very easy to be, a saint is a sinner. Like, we need these depth practices, everyone. Can you not watch with me for an hour? I'm going to repeat that quote again and again and again. The master, it's one of the most important things. You want to be his disciple? He says that to his disciples. Can you not watch with me for an hour? We can do it. Remember, we drift off. So did the disciples. You just return until the timer goes off. Feeling sleepy, avarice, these things also can be demons. It's best to assume everything that tries to stop you is a demon. Don't become frustrated. Treat yourself like a lost sheep. You lose focus, you fall asleep. Again, like I said, you can have a coffee in the morning before you start. And then you drift off. That's a temptation. A thought comes to you. That's a temptation. It's fine. Just think no. Gently bring your attention back to the attending of the center and all and praying the Jesus prayer. You drift off again. That's fine. This is the practice, friend. Don't worry. Drift back. Drift off again. Can't focus. That's fine. Just bring it back. Like, you get this thing, I can't do this thought, I can't do this, I'm not capable of doing it. This is the devil too. Just fine, just come back, there's no strain, just gently bring back. You'll get distracted again, fine, just bring it back. Distracted again, fine, just bring it back. It's part of the practice. No practice is wasted. All the temptations are part of the practice. Those temptations never go away. You don't force a silence. We think no to those temptations, and the Lord brings about a silence. But sometimes it goes all the way up to the end. But you'll see over time that as you reject the temptations and they become very complex, this is a training for the rest of the day, mind you, but it's also in the moment. They're rejected and the angeloi come after that. After you just think no, and you might have to do it many times. No, 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 no. And then go back to the Jesus prayer and concentrating, then no, again, no, 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 no. Gentle, neutral, no. Jesus prayer again, no. You might even feel like sensations in reproductive organs. Just no, 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 back to the Jesus prayer, no, no, no. As they pop up, and almost automatically, you begin to be automatic. As soon as some impulse comes up from something else, no, no, bang, prideful impulse, whatever it might be, no, 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 back to Jesus prayer. You get used to doing that as soon as a thing comes up. And then you have Jesus prayer, Jesus prayer, Jesus prayer. Also, I start with Lord's Prayer, and then do that for, a little while, maybe 6 of them. I don't really count, but do it for a little while, maybe 5 minutes. Again, don't count, you just got the timer. The best thing is to forget about the time, because that's going to be a temptation too. How much time has passed? You get used to forgetting. Also, when you're sitting down to your practice, sort of move around a bit, and because part of the temptation is also, I'm uncomfortable. So once you get a bit comfortable, loosen up and find somewhere that's comfortable, move around a bit, and then go, okay, I'm comfortable now. And then just settle in. You found a comfort zone. Your temptations will kind of like put your attention on different parts of the body as if you're uncomfortable. There is a certain amount of fidgeting that you have to overcome. So you become comfortable, and then you just kind of let it go after that. Right? There's a certain point where you're not fidgeting to get comfortable. There's no pain or anything, but you might feel a certain attention drawn to something. Oh, I'm uncomfortable. You're actually not. Just continue the Jesus prayer. It's actually a distraction past a certain point, right? Because you're keeping still. You're not moving. Unless it's an automatic movement, but that's for later. So, where were we? If this love in the Michaelic sense exists, then love for the other can also stream back to one's own self. One will be able to love without loving oneself. And on the path of such love, Christ is to be found in the human soul. Whoever adheres to Michael cultivates love in relation to the outer world, and thereby he finds the relation to his soul's inner world, which leads him to Christ. The age now dawning requires that humanity view a spiritual world in closest proximity to the perceived physical one, and in which can be found what has been discovered here as the Michael being and the Michael mission. For that world which man envisions when perceiving this physical world as nature is not the one in which he directly lives, but one which is far beneath the truly human one, as the Michaelic one is above it. The scientific worldview is so far beneath as the Michaelic is above. You're in this middle. But he doesn't realize that when he makes an image of his world, another one unconsciously arises. When he paints this picture, he is already in the process of alienating himself and becoming a spiritual automaton. This is what it means to have these abstractions of physics. But you can actually find the essence of things and the essence of trees and objects and the things in the world if you spend enough time meditating on them. But the ultimate essence of all of them is Christ, so you go there first. That's the most important thing. And you get there through concentration without effort in prayer. But we don't do that. We think we learn it from the academy. No, you can go towards the essence of things through the tradition. It was only in the 14th century that we started to think our access to truth was through correctness, was through scientific experiment of the surface senses. Before that, Plato knew, great philosophers knew, you can access with intuition. Goethe understood this. When Schiller spoke to Goethe and said, these things you're talking about, this metamorphosis, these are just concepts. And he said, Schiller, my friend, then I see concepts, right? Because he saw it. We're talking about the real. You know how Thomas Aquinas saying trees have an archetype. Categories, are they just things of the mind? It turns out, no, they're not. There is a virginal nature, an archetypal Eden that participates in nature. But he doesn't realize that when he makes an image of his world, another unconsciously arises. When he paints this picture, he is already in the process of alienating himself and becoming a spiritual automaton. Isn't that happening now, friends? AI, come on. It's now so easy for AI to just pretend it's a photo, right? I saw one of it almost looks like a backstage photo of the Lord of the Rings cast at Christmas, and it can just mimic a normal Christmas photo and make it look like Gandalf or whatever. It's just easy. So you can't trust any image now. Like those images of AI of Epstein with different figures. You just go, anything that was of a certain time after a certain time, you can't trust. In a way, this is good because people go, well, how do we know what's true? I'll tell you how. Getting to the point where you can ask Christ, hey, is the Lord? Well, firstly, to flee up the tree towards him from the demons, which we should also always do. But this whole process is so Christ will tell us what's true from semblance. Sacrifice the intellect. People think they're so superior with a grand philosophical scheme. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of nobility in the philosophers. I'm a big fan of Martin Heidegger. He's the most difficult philosopher there is, and very important actually. He's on the reading list. He's the important philosopher of our time. But the truth is, that's only a preparation to come to Christ. The true work is to find Christ so you can ask him. And he'll send you an intuition of what's true. Because the intellect can no longer calculate from a photo if it's essential, if it's actually true or not. Anyway, 121 rather. Remember, these are guidelines, they come under numbers. That was just a very big one, 120 I think. So 121, one has not yet comprehended what is active in the world and the meaning of the world of these activities, for example, cosmic thoughts, if one goes no further than these activities themselves. Yeah, you can't just look at the activities, is what he's saying. You can't comprehend what's active in this world from the happening. We're almost saying that. I was just saying that with Christ, that you can ask him. Because once you are dealing with essence, you can ask essence. And you can also, he allows you to, oh, I'm getting burnt in my arms here. Oh dear. I was wondering why that was starting to get toasty. Yeah, shit. Yeah, I think I'll move. I don't want to get smashed. Give me a moment. Okay. How are we looking here? How's that, friends? Pretty decent. Cool. Looks pretty good. Happy with that. Okay. What were we saying? Oh, fuck. Sorry, excuse my language. Just get my arms. Okay. My arm's getting toasted on the right side anyway. Yeah, it's very red. Shit. That's what happens when you have fair skin. Oh dear. Bugger. I could sit on the other side. Okay, we'll do that. See if this is any better. My arm's still getting smashed. Oh, there we go. That might be a bit better. Okay. Hello. One has not yet comprehended. Yes. One has not yet comprehended what is active in the world and the meaning for the world of these activities. For example, cosmic thoughts. If one goes no farther than these activities themselves. So you can't comprehend the meaning of what happens in the world through the historical surface. You have to look at the essential act that sends it. For one must perceive the being from whom these activities originate. And you get there, again, which is you're going to have to do, because people posting photos, like I said, you just can't trust anything after 2014 of a photo. Who can you ask? You can ask Christ. And he can show you, well, he is the essence of these things anyway, ultimately. But his hierarchies are, and even you can see, you can ask him, and it also becomes possible to see what's governing spiritual impulses, fallen hierarchies or whatnot, and what beings are actually pushing things. By asking, of course, who is the ultimate essence of things, but even the things pushing the activities cosmically in the unconscious, let's say. And so for one must perceive the being from whom these activities originate. For example, whether the cosmic thoughts are brought into and throughout the world by Michael or Satan, which is what I just meant, what I just said, rather. No one does this, so people don't realize. And not enough people are talking about it. Because people want to examine things like a Spenglerian from the surface. They don't want to put the time in to become essential, to be able to ask, because it's too hard. Or they just don't know that it can be done. Because they want to do it themselves, they want to be responsible for it themselves. They don't want to be... It's not glorious enough for people to be... A life of service is not glorious enough for people to Christ. But that's what we need. We need people to become essential so they can. But you have to be outside the will to power and the news cycle and the combat for a long time to do it. And that's what people aren't that willing. Even good people who want to do good on our side don't want to step away from the heat for long enough to become essential, and they desperately need to. That's what I'm being constantly led away from. Don't look at this, don't watch this, don't do that, don't post that, don't involve yourself, even if it's true, even if that person's doing a thing that, I'm not going to say names, I think it'd be, if I say that, you'll know who I'm talking about, so I better not say it, but people aren't recognizing that they're being motivated by money rather than God. Joining Daily Wire, for instance, I'm just, you can probably tell who I'm talking about from that, but that's bad discernment, right? But it's combative to bring that up, and maybe you might have sanction to do that later, but it's going to be a long time of separating yourself from the combative mode before you can actually then be, think about it, welcomed, a sanction to come back in. Because think about the sages, they're gone for 5 years before they come back to the world to help. And so you might have to go for that amount of time before you might be able to essentially help. And then you can come back with the potion, then you can come back with an understanding of what the essence of things really is, to inform people how they can find it too and be governed by it, but also diagnose the problem essentially. Not from some theory. You can have pretty penetrative theories, that's fine. You can absorb all the historian knowledge you want. But ultimately, that, as World War One proved, those things of the surface are not governing what happens. Elite theory is bullshit in that sense. It has truth in it, but Musk is not governed by himself. These leaders are governed by spiritual forces. That's their master. They just don't know that. False gods of existence govern them. That's who you want to deal with. That's who you want to counter and understand. That's very hard though. And often the road to this leads to what people consider foolish. You say that to people and they think,
Yeah, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. I know better.
you'll just be considered a fool in the eyes of worldly wisdom. But I think enough people know that this has to happen. The greatest of philosophers are aware that the surface knowings are bullshit. Heidegger knew that, even though he wasn't Christian. He knew that all the things that govern modern society, all the knowledge, was inessential. But he wasn't in contact with, or maybe the very beginnings of spiritual beings. Anyway, 122. What can have a wholesome and creative effect coming from one being because of his relation to the world can be proven perverse and destructive when it comes from another being? Cosmic thoughts carry man into the future if he receives them from Michael. They lead him away from his wholesome future, the future's Christ, as we know, if Satan gives them to him. Satan's ideas, which provoke most of us, because people are in the right wing and everything on Twitter, everything, they're all motivated by money. In that whole, that whole scene, a few publishers appeared who are governed by the wrong forces, man. Money. They need to escape the patronage structure that emerged on the right wing and beyond. You need to escape that all and go to Christ to motivate you. And he'll lift you out of that and he'll provide for you. Don't be motivated by awards offered by these people, even if they're on your right wing or on your side. No, because satanic forces use money to push an agenda, even without this individual knowing. He might run a publishing company or whatever, not naming any names. I'm just saying, become essential, go to Christ. He wants disciples. He'll provide for his disciples. He'll make you essential if you can resist these forces. And you can do so much good for him. And that's what matters in the end. All these other things will die and fall away. The love and the small things done for Christ live for all eternity. And you'll see that as a fact of experience while you live. It's not something I'm talking about in the abstract. You'll find it as truth. An hour a day. And so, wholesome, Satan leads you away from your true future, your providential purpose, as I often say. 123. Through such considerations, one is ever more able to overcome the viewpoint of a vague spirituality, this pantheism, which is thought to be the foundation of things. And one is then led to a definite, concrete viewpoint. Remember, this is concrete, thoughtful, mystic, deeply, but knowing what's happening. Christian, mystic, yet philosophic. Concrete viewpoint which enables him to form representations or mental pictures of the spiritual beings of the higher hierarchies. Meaning your ideas of them and your knowings of them are connected to their realities, and their realities are felt through spiritual touch, mystically, and it becomes a gnosis of it. It takes a long time to develop that comprehensive understanding though. You just got to be patient and wait. And not thinking too complex about it. But yeah, you study as well, but praying for union. You can pray for teaching and guidance from Christ as revelation. You can pray for revelation in that sense, to be guided like the shepherds of Bethlehem, to be spoken to in words if you want, but you just got to chiefly be seeking him as his truth always his truth. Pray for spiritual protection, have icons of certain saints. Father Seraphim Rose is a particular one that protects people, I think, from spiritual deception. Pray for protection from spiritual deception, pray for his truth, but you can also pray for his guidance as well. This should happen after you do your hour concentration without effort in prayer. You could do it later in the day, I do it after. But the main thing is you do this withdrawal. And so, full reality is present everywhere in existential being. Yeah, the essence is there, you just can't see it. And what is not existential being in this reality is the activity which is acted out in the relation from being to being. This can only be understood by directing one's gaze to the active spiritual beings. That's quite philosophic. You could examine that a lot in terms of what is the essence of activity, the activity which is acted out in relation from being to being. That relationality between being to being is kind of, you could consider becoming, connected with the will, the logos, relationality. This can only be understood by directing one's gaze to the active spiritual beings. Because the beings are always active. They're not... their impulse, movement, becomings, they're not... I mean, he is, he was, he will be, yes, but... Or, sorry, I am, I was, I will be. But in terms of ehia, the meaning of one of God's names, for eternal being, but we tend to freeze things as crystallizations of our concepts. Michael is a spiritual direction. He's a being or a becoming being. He has a mission. We are our mission. We are our purpose, which is active, right? When you define something, tree, you create borders, necessary, sufficient conditions, you create definitions. It kind of freezes something and crystallizes it. But a human being is a metamorphosis, right? And so too with angels in terms of their mission. Anyway, that's just getting into what is being deeply talked about there. Okay, what time is it? 3:39. Let's see where we are here. Oh yes, Glenn Wellen says he played on this bridge of this park with remote control bridges. Yeah, I've seen kids playing down there. It's a bit dirty now. Pardon me. I don't think I'll read all these out because people are having a lovely conversation in the chat, and I'll just leave that for their own enjoyment, I think. Enjoy your conversation together there. That's fine in the chat. But okay, we started at 12, 3 hours and a half in. We've got an hour and a half to go. Should we walk around more or read more? I think we'll... I might see if I can get across that bridge. We'll walk for an hour and then we'll come to our final segment. If you guys want to send any videos in for me to comment on, please do so. I think I've got some stuff in my list of videos, and I'll bring that up. So we're going to go back to or close to where we originally were, and then bring that up. It's nice and quiet there. So I'll go for a walk, have another chat. That'll be nice. Let's do that. Okay. That was good. I hope that was good reading. You enjoyed that. I enjoyed the additions. Also, what we talked about earlier today, I enjoyed that as well. Okay. Okay. Lovely. Oh, I must have turned the camera on there somehow. Is that recording, is it? Oh dear, whoops. Hopefully that doesn't overheat the camera. It can. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to reset this because sometimes the whole thing can mess up when a recording happens. Let me reset it. I'll be back in a moment. Here we are. Oh, look, there you are. That's what it usually looks like. Garden days. Ah, yes, we might as well take a look here, right? Happy New Year 2026. Wisteria Gardens since 1906. Lovely. It's kind of nice. Yeah. And we have it all to ourselves on this New Year's. More or less. So it's been a good day. The essence of tradition. Petras. Peter, a foundation stone, remembrance, and providence. Keystone,
eschaton, Christ. Father and mother, church. Providence, Christ as a cosmic fact of experience that he can manifest with you. It's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me. It's possible for us to have happen. In fact, we're called to figure it out for it to happen. And so we are what is that? Well, what's cause? We talk about cause. That things follow one another. It's like the principle of reason, Leibniz. I think that was Leibniz, was it? Which everything has a reason. Every being has a reason. But the principle of reason applies to being as well, as everything has a cause. Things follow one another. That's the surface understanding of cause. Space is things are next to each other. That's the where. The first was the why. Things cause one another. And then there's things follow one another. Time. Yeah, it looks like we can't cross here. A bit too high. Maybe. It depends how solid that rock is. Maybe. Let me have a look. You'll see me get my feet wet, maybe. Depends how soggy this shit is. Is that? I don't think so. Oh, look, that's where we were earlier. Maybe. I think we'll be alright. Let's give it a go. Maybe not that bit. I don't know. Just depends. Oh yeah. Should be alright. Depends how solid this is. Look at this stick. Should be right. Here we go. I might be falling in the water here, friends. Let's see. Good luck. We made it. It's kind of nice on the river here. Let's see if he falls in. He'll be right. Come on, son, you'll be right. Yes. Very nice. Always lovely to see the metaphor of the breeze moving on top of the water, just as the Spirit above the firmament, well, can move through us as we become more essential. Can we notice spiritual touch? Which is called that because it has the immediacy of that, like a second touch. Uncreated, unseen, felt. Also characterizes being moved, which is inspiration. Felt in the heart. And the loving heart becomes possible through the loving heart, as Steiner was articulating earlier, right? Up we go. Okay. Nice, right? All to ourselves. Maybe here. Maybe here. There's no shade. Maybe over here. Good view though. Okay. Let's walk through a bit more of it. I'll take this opportunity, as I often say, as we take a little break from talking, is pray the Jesus prayer. Bring your attention to the automatic breathing of your belly. 2, which is something, a second practice that we do whenever there's a spare moment during the day. You don't need to close your eyes or anything. You just drop into the inner, noetic, you could call it, in the mind, Jesus prayer. And allow the speed of just your automatic breathing. Bring your attention, bring it to the where you feel in your diaphragm or the belly or your breath. Don't change that breathing speed at all. Just let it go on its way automatically, and then allow it to determine the speed of the Jesus prayer in your mind. If it goes faster, then do the prayer faster. Lord Jesus Christ, oh God, have mercy upon me. But it would be much slower than that. If it's just a slow automatic breath. I'm just giving you an example of breathing in and out. But yeah, you just let the automatic breath determine the speed of it. And you're connecting ripped apart parts of your being that modernity has pulled apart. Because in ancient times, breathing was divine breath and physical breath were united. So this is part of helping the passive active understanding for one, and through being, we become more practiced at this passive active mode, allowing things to active, receptive yet active. And you know, like we said earlier, the intellect split away from, we're reuniting it with this attending, or participating in that reuniting and healing, which ultimately comes from the Lord, which must be understood. And so just do that now. I'm going to do that for a bit. Yeah, this is all abandoned, this stuff here. Old health department. Oh, what a beautiful shady area. These are particularly, I don't know what they're called, some Australian tree, but they give incredible shade. It's the pooled light. It's so lovely. And the pines. When Europeans came here, they're the trees they tended to leave. They cut all the eucalyptus down, but they leave these pine and these ones here. That one, and that's a great decision. And also plant some European trees that give that parkland view. This is lovely. Must have been I guess a build in Victorian times, and then they replaced the roof of it, old wood, but they replaced the collarbond on top. Ghost town. Now, apart from once a week when they play cricket, but it's a strange halfway place, a kind of half used yet half ghost town state area. Let's go walk across to the jail now. Might as well. Here's the prison here. All abandoned, of course. Apart from film shoots that sometimes go on here. Yeah. We'll walk down there. Hopefully this is still working. I better check. Yeah, looks good. Great. Okay, here we go. Here's the old gate. Old Parramatta Jail Ghost Tours. I guess that's its only collection of money. You can see inside it was given a
not arbitrary, rudimentary upgrade, 2000, new 2000 brickwork. It looks like maybe 1990s, maybe 80s. Can't tell. You can see that. I might as well show you the razor wire and stuff though. Not that this stream is about this, but we did say jail on the stream, so you might as well take a look. The more interesting is this old sandstone. It's been here forever. Under we go. Okay. As we said, friends, just bring your attention to your automatic breathing. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. As the breathing just automatically goes, with your attention on that belly or that movement of the breath. That's what I'm doing now too. That is a bit of interesting. That's what happens when you get abandoned areas that the council owns. And this is all empty in here as well. That looked like a good setup though. They've got solar panels and batteries in that like sort of homeless camp thing. I didn't know they were here, obviously. I probably would have come down here. Don't want to record homeless people, but back there, a small homeless camp with some tents, but very advanced batteries, solar panels. And I guess they go, I don't think they're there now, but pretty good setup. It's hard out there, you know. A lot of people living in vans. This is all abandoned as well. That looks like a former camp there that people sleep in there, right? And the SES is just a bit further down here. But you can see people are sort of broken in here. And see, look, they've been propped open the fence. I guess there's some cover from rain if they want to go in there. I don't blame them. Don't blame them. And that is true, and now more than ever, that the Lord will provide for you. But you have to come to Him, or you end up there, scratching out a live, you know. Although a life of poverty and service is enough, you know, if you're following Christ. There's a great tradition of fools for Christ. But, he provides for you. He will provide for you. Just like the birds and the bees, if you become essential. But partly through you, both. Thankfully, through his direction, thank God, in our directions for what to do. Oh, sorry, I didn't shoot any more of the prisoner, but partly through our directions of what to do. By asking what to do. He's waiting there for people to become more essential so they can become guided. And at the same time, once you become more essential, once you start following him, once grace becomes a fact of experience, the miraculous. It begins with the point of potentiality, which is spiritual touch. Eventually that manifests into the magic or the sacred miraculous of the fruit, and you participating in that sacred miraculous, that participatory miraculous. Because that's what the master is. He's the new, well, you could say sacred magic agent, right? But it's really the participatory miraculous. He is the, what is that? Creation out of nothing. We've been talking about that today. All authentic tradition comes from that. Outside, and what is that? We've been talking about cause today. Temporal causes, things happening after one another. What this is the causeless ingression from the eternal, meaning it's from free spiritual being, meaning it's outside of this closed loop of determinism. That's what God is. It's the miracle. To be Christian, you fundamentally have to accept, and thank God it's true, that this whole thing is the supernatural. When people say you have to have a supernatural belief, this utilitarian cultural Christianity is all useless. Because what he truly does and how he truly saves us is through, and we're only truly free in the miracle. Is a miraculous, and I've seen it, believe me, through miraculous intervention. And the scientific Spurg mind says,
Yeah, it's not possible. Energy can be neither created nor destroyed.
he is the synthesis of death and life. He destroys a bit and sends in the virginal new wine. He cuts away, like a surgeon, that which is arbitrary. And the way you see this, the way it is evidenced to you, is with a certainty far greater than the Spurg mind. I say to the empiricist that all you have evaluated is of the dilettante surface. You've just evaluated the surface. You haven't looked or watched long enough to see what's essential, to experience something with a greater certainty than rationality and the surface senses can give you, an experiment can give you. The essence of authority itself is this process, and it comes through concentration without effort in prayer. That's where it begins. The people just, in this day and age, they follow the academy, the correctness theory of truth based on something that emerged in the 14th century, when in fact the great philosophers have had contact with a more essential truth long before this, as have the great sages, monastics, saints. There is a higher certainty than eyewitness certainty. There's a higher certainty than logical certainty. Those things, though, participate in a general truth criterion of spiritual experience that we follow, that the tradition also follows. And believe me, it will generate a high certainty. I was once a physicalist. Scientific method, we don't deny its power and effectiveness. And understanding that is an important part of this too. It has its place. But the life, the miraculous revelation that's revealed through this process, I would never have expected its truth, but it truly is a miracle and truly is more certain. Because these things end up carrying, what's sent to you carries intrinsic value, intrinsic certainty, because it is truth itself, is authority itself, is prime value himself. And so all I can say, really, as we bring this day to a close, outside a prison, which is a decent metaphor for the physicalist worldview, yes, we exist in facticity. It is God's creation. There is a virginal nature, but there is another principle, a parasite that exists with it. That's not Manichaeism. We acknowledge, of course, essential. It's not, the prison is not essential. Ultimately, it has no truth. But that doesn't stop it from operating. There's evil in the world. But ultimately, the only thing that has essence, the ultimate real, is God, is Eden. And you can access Eden and Him through this process. But make no mistake, He's behind all the good that's around us as well. And He is the master of it. But the whole point of this, it's not that He can't intervene. It's a requirement that we participate now in full freedom. Before the 14th century, there was more direct interventions. Say Joan of Arc, she's an example of this. Direct intervention of the angels, because people were less conscious then. Now, freedom has developed, and the whole point of this is He doesn't want to enslave us. It's about your freedom. Earthquakes, people who push predestination, they sow the roots for atheism by saying, oh, God is responsible for this or that earthquake, for this or that random happening. No, there are two principles here. Just because the evil principle, the will to power that exists in natural selection, it realizes, but it's not essential. Evil is real, but it's not true. It's not ultimately essential. We operate in both here. In fallen nature, there is virginal nature as well. The solution, though, to see it's not an illusion, it manifests as one, it happens as one, but the Lord's sanctified existence, incarnating, but to see it as just this illusion on its own, that's not true. There is essential here. There is tradition here, right? There is remembrance, but also virginal nature. But these waters are mixed below the firmament. Remember? The waters are mixed below the firmament. The waters are mixed below the firmament. Firmament. Hard word to say. Firmament. The waters are mixed below the firmament. The solution is to find the crystallized waters above, which Revelation talks of. His clean breath of peace. What does the Master say? Peace be with you. And then breathes on the apostles, so too can he breathe on you in the depth of your practice with his divine waters of peace and wash over you and clean all away, can cut away like a surgeon your woe. You feel it deeply, but then the next day he can cut it away. The depth of joy and the depth of sorrow, but it's possible. If we can get the right impulse, get the right power, do one thing at a time and do the practice. As the Master said, can you not watch with me for an hour? And I'll repeat this again and again and again and again, again and again. It's all about this. Just as it is the curative, or trying to lead people to the curative, it's possible, so too is it, hopefully, impulse, spiritual impulse to help you. Some of that that's granted to me hopefully comes through in the speaking, which is what we need now, essential speaking. Impelled by the Lord himself. And hopefully that impels you to start, to become deeper, to become more essential, to do this practice an hour a day in the morning. Please, friends, we see it's not just me as well. Our friend Bram, our friend Aenear, Richard, the guys that have been in the fellowship longest, it's happening for them as well. Thank God, the grace and the breath and everything we talk about. Careful, courageous, yet careful, watchful, keeping the truth criterion in mind. He keeps his promises. The Lord keeps his promises. Do we want to be the multitude, or do we want to be those seeking essence? Do we want to be one of his disciples? Will you too go home? Will you too leave at the end of liturgy and just go back to modern desires, or after he's made you feel a bit better? Because that's not what it's about. We have to serve, not just feel better and go back to our goals. Whatever modernity's provokings are, whatever Satan's provokings are, which these things that seem innocent in modern life often are just Satan's provokings. He's tied up in everything. As modernity is, the essence of it is the will to power, Willsmacht. And so, friends, I'm going to leave you today with that call. Can you not watch with me for an hour as we move up to Theophany? His baptism. Let him be born in us as a deeper, more essential fact of experience. Pray for it. Lord, be born in me. I pray thee, Lord, I pray thee, Father, in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, be born in the fellowship, be born in everyone watching in a deeper, more essential way. Transform them. Bless them. Pray for each other as well. This Christmas, miracles happen in Christmas, man. You won't notice it to begin with. It will unfold in the year. Hopefully it's unfolding now for those doing the practices, and they're noticing as they move towards Theophany. All right, everyone, I'll check the chats and then we'll bring it to an end. We're a bit early, 4 hours and a half. But it's been a good run. All right, friends, have a blessed day. Pray. Be born. I hope Christ is born. Like I said, I hope Christ is born in you in these latter days of Christmas, the 12 days of Christmas as we lead to his baptism, because this is a continuation of that birth. God bless you. I'll see you next week. As always, just pan off and I'll see you later. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. May it be a new year that you're impelled to do the work, a new year that he becomes in you, a new year that your inner life is resurrected and you experience what is essential of Christ and he becomes a fact of your experience. I'll see you soon.